to do and move it and show me where you're 100% accurate. And he did, and then he zoomed in on the one he moved it to, and he did a distance check. I said, well, of course, that one's spot on. Go check one of the other 9 or one of the other 10. And he zoomed into it, and you could just play it as soon as he zoomed in on his team share. It's like, that looks like at least a foot or 2 to me. And he measured it, and he said, it's like 1.7 feet. I said, okay, foot or 2. And then he started to zoom in on it. I said, that one's going to be off the same. And he zoomed in on it through dimension. I was yeah, it's the same. And I said, the other one's going to be, they're all going to be the same. They're all going to be the same off. And then he said, well, then you'll need to scale the and I said, wait a second, you just said a moment ago, you don't scale.
Yep.
And he goes, well, I mean, you could hear him getting flustered. And I said, undo everything you just did. And he was reluctant to do it. He fucking finally I did until I moved back. And I said, now take the reciprocal of your play scaling factors. And he did it in his calculator and showed it on screen. And I said, now apply that to the X and Y of the X rep you just brought in of Josh's site. And he started typing. I said, I did not say type it in. I said, paste it in. Because you might fudge a couple of numbers. And then when you go to zoom in, it's going to be off. And he said, well, that's not that number. I said, paste it in. So he went and copied it from his calculator. He pasted it on the X and he pasted it on Y. He's nothing. I said, don't touch the Z. And everyone's just like looking at it like, damn, Vaughn. I said, don't touch the Z. I told you X and Y only. So he did that. And I said, now zoom in on any one of those points and tell me how far it's off. And he zoomed in and goes, well, this one's on. And I said, the next one's on too. And the next one and the next one's on. Everything's on. And you mean to tell me that for the past 6 months, you guys have been dicking around trying to match lot lines? The method, this is why your stuff ain't matching. And he was like, well, it's the way things are done. And then that's when Alex shut everything down and said, okay, well, we need to have a talk with other surveyors and find out how we should be working, like Windrow says or like Bob says. And we're going to get back to you guys tomorrow. And then tomorrow came, and then Friday came. And then Saturday came, and I went on an interview at 8:30 in the morning. And then Sunday came out, did a follow-up at 10 in the morning, and I came and then broke the news to Sate and sat down in his office, and he asked me, so you're leaving because of what other reason? Yeah, he tried to fish out of me. And I'll tell you over the phone, not that's documented into my text that they might oversee. Anna heard either Thursday or Friday, the big wigs coming out of a meeting. I don't know exactly how she got this information. I think it was someone that was in the meeting, told her in confidence, who she told Ray in confidence, who told me in confidence, what they had planned to do with me, which was to have me finish up my project, and then they were going to fucking do to me what they did to you. As soon as I turned in my work, and everyone they reviewed it and said, okay, this looks good enough to work with, to pass it off to someone else. He's got this thing 100%. And then called me in the Sate's office. Oh, well, you're fired. I'll go. And by the way, we're not paying you for the past 2 weeks or any bonuses. Fuck you. And he seems to, I can see his little fucking Indian gears grinding. That he seems to think that someone...
Most likely, Anna.
Well, he's thinking that someone has swayed me to do what I did, which was, I've been yelling and screaming practically every meeting. What is the status of my plan? What is the status of my plan? Like my son, it's like a fucking drainage report. That's just huge. So all my shit, my projects, built up. And you guys provided me with 2 surveys and a topo on January 3rd when I started. And I followed all my stuff according to that. And now you got Windrows saying that I need to adjust my alignments. Well, it's a little more than I wanted suited clothes.
Mm-hmm.
You know? So that thing is trying to fish from me names of, I don't mind spilling a couple of names. I don't mind saying Ray's name. And Ray has been telling me that. I just don't want him, and I can already tell that he's just, anyone else in that office is basically fair game as far as I'm concerned. From the eyes of Majestic. I've been scapegoats for, take one off. No one can pay off. You know what? Yeah. I've been working with you guys for months now to get this shit fucking straight before it's too late. And to get rid of fucking railroads. And two times in a meeting, they told me that they're bounding contracts with Windrose. And I said, you can't fire them? For lack of performance? And, well, they're performing. It's not just pay if you say so.
Well, I'm glad you spoke up, brother. And I don't care if you throw my name out there or nothing.
And if I do, it would just be that I heard, and I quite frankly don't even need to say that I heard this from anybody, because you remember when that Christmas, the PTO thing, right before Christmas holidays, they issued that email stating that all PTO is to evaporate at the end of the year.
Mm-hmm.
But we only have 2 eligible days to use it, and if we had, I don't even, they never even answered me how much do I have available. But let's say that it was 30 hours. I only have 16 hours with which to use it during the Christmas holiday.
Yeah.
The rest of it was holiday time, so I just lost, 8 hours. It was only 8 hours if I had 30. Still supposed to use 2 of it. And Ray, they're trying to claim that he owes them PTO. And it's like, how would he owe you PTO?
Yeah, he told me about that. He actually reached out to me today, man.
Who, Ray did?
Yeah, he texted me to see if I'm doing okay.
Right.
And I'm grateful for them. I met some good people like you and Ray. And
Anna's good. Anna's about to jump ship, too. Ray told me that. She didn't hear that from me or from Ray. But she's got a family crisis going on right now.
Does she really?
Yeah, her husband was just laid off either Thursday or Friday, probably Friday, or whatever happened. Now she's the sole breadwinner there, and she's currently, I didn't see her in office today, and Ray told me that's because she's working from home because of that situation. But she told me that she too, sees a lot of red flags with that company.
No, trust me, since day one, when I met Anna, we went out to lunch, and Satya put a stop to that.
Satya did?
Yep.
Why?
I couldn't go into her office or anything and talk to her or whatever, and this and that.
You mean like to shoot the shit, or you talking about your job?
Like talking about work. But when I would go to lunch, yeah, we would talk about the job and how they're not doing a good job. They don't know what the fuck they're doing.
Okay. That's kind of a little bit icy if you're going in there and talking about the company, about.
Yeah, because I sit right in front of him, and he never saw me. What do you call it? In my queue, but that's because I was talking about work or helping others,
Right.
And he took it as I was taking breaks when I wasn't.
Yeah, but as far as I'm concerned, like I smoke, and I go around and maybe I'm outside for 5 to 10 minutes, and we'll say 10, and I take 3 days, so I take a 30-minute break time, and that's well within the guidelines of normal business.
North America.
We're
Everybody,
supposed
yeah, that's what I thought too. And so I guess I couldn't take any breaks. That's why I was sitting down all day long.
what? He actually told you that?
Yes, sir.
In his office or out in public? You know, where other employees could hear him.
First time, he brought me into his office, told me I took too many breaks. So I only took two 15-minute breaks, one before lunch, one after lunch, and the second. And then when he let me go, he said, "Hey, I warned you about the breaks and this and that," and
Okay.
he let me go.
Did you happen to ask him?
I wish I recorded the convo, you know?
Right. Well, actually, I've got the capability to do that myself. And actually, tomorrow I might just do that because if he's fishing for names, if he's looking for me to say the name Anna or, I don't care about your name or Ray's name because what the fuck can he do to y'all that he hasn't already done?
Yep.
So the most he can do is threaten y'all with a lawsuit or actually do it, not just say it, is take y'all to court, and he wouldn't stand a hell's fucking chance of a snowball in hell of winning in court because if his claim is that you went out and walked around the park, not to throw Josh and Aaron under the bus, but them two go out every day and walk around the trail for at least 15, 20 minutes.
Same thing goes for architectural, but the problem was I sat right in front of what do you call it, Sadia. So that was the only thing.
Oh, so he was seeing.
Yep.
Right.
So you can see me.
Practically right. Actually, all I had to do was look in his office before if he's got his door closed, he can't see through the door, see me through the door. But if his door's open, he can see me playing it there, and I guess through the glass, he can see you.
Yep. So it kind of sucked, you know?
Yeah, well, if you and Anna were in there talking about, that they're a bunch of dumbasses, can't run a business to save their lives.
We weren't doing that in the office. We were doing that shit outside the office.
Right, but he wouldn't be privy to what y'all are talking about. But now, if you were going in her office to ask her questions about the boundary line on your project.
Yep, that's exactly what I was doing.
To tell you to not go and talk to her about business-related things, that's absolutely fucking. Good luck in any court with that.
Exactly.
And what Ray told me that he told Howard just before he jumped ship was he went into that girl's office. You just mentioned her name earlier.
Jessica.
Who?
Jessica?
No. She wears glasses. She's currently in the what was the survey office before they moved upstairs. She got an odd name.
Oh yeah. I know what you're talking about. The one that was in the corner.
Right. She was in the corner opposite of.
I don't even know how she got that office. She just moved her stuff in there.
Right, but she was opposite of Mona, and now she's in the office. Well, Ray went into her office, either just shoot shit or just buddying up with her, or went in there and asked her. I think he went to go ask her a project-related question because he had been working on a whole bunch of odd jobs for her right before he left. But he said he went into her office and didn't recognize what was on her screen and on Anna's screen. And then later on, they had asked him about it. And they said, well, these aren't majestic jobs. These are Satay's jobs. And then Ray took that and went and talked to Alex, who then called Satay into a meeting. And then when the meeting adjourned, they all came out slapping each other on the butts, patting each other on the back. and then everyone went back to their offices, and then that's when Ray just got fed up with, fuck this fucking place, and just quit on them without noticing. Yeah, and actually,
he just walked out.
Yeah, what day did they shit can you?
Thursday.
Wednesday or Thursday? Okay, Thursday, because I was there Wednesday.
Everybody, a lot of people were gone. Ray was gone. You were gone. They did it quietly. He rushed me out. Yeah.
Okay, and actually, that was the day that I skipped work, because I skipped work a Thursday and a Friday, and that Friday was the day that I think Ray left. And then when I got back Monday, this is all blurred. I think I blew up on the Wednesday, but that was last week. So this had to have been 2 weeks ago that Ray left. So I don't know.
No, Ray left the day after me.
Okay, so you were let go of on Thursday. You quit on Friday. I wasn't there either day, but I could have swore that was 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, it's been it was on
Yeah, because actually the day I blew up with Windrose, you were already gone and Ray was already gone.
Mm-hmm. So the Ray does not come back or what?
Oh fuck no! They wanted him, and I'll tell you something that Satay told me, and I told Ray. They wanted Ray to come back, and Ryan especially wanted him to come back. From what Satay basically for them to cash out and try to do a counter offer to keep them and all that. And Ray told me just straight up, it doesn't matter how much money they threw at me, they're going to fail anyway. So that'd be like being in the oil and gas business. They can throw a bunch of money at me.
Just for what? 2 months?
Yeah, and then I'll be unemployed in a couple months, which for any of us, obviously with you were out, you were put out in cold for 2 days, and you're back in the warm again. Ray, he put himself in the warm before they had a chance to throw him out in the cold. Me, I put myself in the warm over the weekend after being pissed off that they won't stand up to a fucking surveyor and tell them to do what we want so that we don't have to redo our whole fucking project. And Satay and Alex and none of them, unless you actually work with Civil 3D and the frustration goes, a lot of that shit, like for instance, feature line and an alignment, you cannot stretch them. You can move them, but you can't stretch them. So if like for instance, an alignment is made out of 15 vertices, yeah, you can move it. Can't stretch it, and you can't scale it. If you can't scale it, then I can't apply it to surface coordinates and have it all just snap in place. But once I get it in surface, I would be able to match Windrose's shit once it's in surface, because then it would be scaled, but I can't scale it. So either way, it's like, no matter which way you cut the cheese, if we were bound to what Windrose did, there is no quick, easy way that we can modify our drawings and retain everything that we have done in a timely fashion like they think could happen, because of the fact that the way that Civil 3D works, so much of it is grip editing, and you got now, if you try to modify a surface that took you all 5 minutes to create, and you tried to grip edit it to modify it to match like the Windrose survey, that would take weeks because it's made out of millions of points now. Not the original 50 that it started with, or 500. It's made out of millions now. Yeah. And they want you to fucking grip edit that to match Windrose? Like, no, don't work that easier, just start from scratch. It's like, there's no way you can salvage that. It's like, yeah, I can salvage it at your expense.
I mean, all that work you done, think it'll work, all because of Windrose.
Right, and even Aaron, who got windrow surveys or plats back, and he did match his. But his properties were like 10 acres, not 100 or 200 acres. They're like 10-acre size. They were two streets that looped around each other. It's like, okay, that didn't take him long to rip edit all his stuff because it wasn't pretty much stuff. And then he did mention that he had a lot of trouble once he got back into the corridoring, letting it sync up with where he moved the alignments to, and then it gave him a lot of trouble. Now, if it gave him a lot of trouble on that little 10-acre site or 20 or 30-acre site, whatever he was working on, imagine what it's going to do to one that's 10 to or maybe 5 to 10 times bigger and 500% more complicated, as far as the street layouts and all that.
Sounds stressful, brother.
Yeah, so, for those guys to sit there and say, oh, we'll make a decision tomorrow based on what other surveyors say. It's like, well, other surveyors are going to tell you what they work in. They're not necessarily going to tell you what the defaults of AutoCAD are, and they're not going to convey over to you the relationship of one sort of system versus the other and what one purpose serves and what the other serves. And the fact that mixing and matching is a big no-no. They're not going to tell you all that shit.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, like Ray said, he said it plain right. Majestic is just going downhill, brother.
Right, the fact that Ray hired on, Ray talked me out of doing what I just did based on what information he had gleaned whenever he was looking to become management. I think Alex is probably the one who shared a whole bunch of shit with him. He saw financial statements that if he read them right and he knew what he was looking at, which he probably does because I know Ray's dabbled in a lot of shit, and he's a pretty sharp guy. But he saw financial statements that if he read them right, they've already secured construction loans on, I don't know how many of these projects, but more than one. So it could be all of them, or it might be half of them, might be a few of them, I don't know. But if they've secured loans, construction loans, without construction doc, I don't know how they could have possibly done that. But if they did, that's what they've been floating the company on. It's not Santosh's deep pockets. It's the bank's deep pocket loans, which I've worked with companies before that even after they've gone through climatic times of making an estimate that this job will take a month, and then it took a year, and then they're like, fuck, our client's really pissed off. It's like, well, don't give them an estimate. Don't promise them a complete project in a month. Jerry, you do that that's what my original civil boss would do. He'd have a meeting with the client and promise them, complete drawings tomorrow. Don't tell them complete drawings. Tell them you will give them tomorrow a preliminary drawing. And the next day, you'll present that to the city and let them, throw some comments in. And then within a week, you'll give him a very refined drawing. And then within a month, a final drawing. But don't start out with, we'll give you final drawings tomorrow or in a month. And the process, we'll start off preliminary, we'll give that to you immediately, and you can go talk to whomever you need to, get some comments back, and, we should be able to wrap this up within a month. Every time he did that, that month turned into a year. Every fucking time. It's like, Jerry, just yesterday you promised someone something in a month. Well, just a month ago you promised someone something in a month, and we're still in the preliminary stage. In the city won't even touch it for another cell phone. stuff in color. I went to the office. I painted off of the black one and color on the wall. I did everything as a color. I said, point out and I'll cover up my color. When I said, point out up here with this laser pointer, show me the water line. And they're like, well, I can't see that far. I said, well, you don't need to read the text. Just point it out. Well, I can't. It's all black. Everything looks the same from here. And I said, I got to go and cover my sheet right there. Water line right there. Sanitary right there. Storm right there. That's easement. That's this because it's all color coded. And guess what? I pointed out and I didn't even have to read a word on the page. Well, that's true. Your stuff does stand out. And it is easy to read. And I said, so therefore, do you accept my standards over your ancient dinosaur relics, your cave drawings? Yeah, we'll accept your work. And that's how I have submitted everything. And guess what? I don't need a Houston CCD. I don't need a
Welcome, folks. Thanks for tuning in to 2K Sports for the latest presentation of our NBA basketball. Alongside Doris.
You have the 3 pieces of paper and to compare them, you'll see vast differences, which means that you can't just simply take something that you submit to Harris County and submit it to Houston without that.
Greg Anthony, this is Kevin.
Oh, you can't accept this. This line weight is heavy and this one's light. Well, it's because your colors are different than Harris County. Well, you got to adapt your drawing, Darcy. And it's like, you know how long that's going to fucking take me to adapt 50 pages to just you and have another set. This is the way Josh is actually doing his project. He's got his stuff fouled up right now because he took his master, and I think you were starting to do this too, where y'all explained something to me about copying something and then deleting a bunch of stuff and retaining certain things. And it's like, oh my God, as soon as y'all do that, you're going to have nothing but a fucking mess on your hand.
Agreed.
And the way I do it is using my system. I just put in a couple extra layers, and I put some stuff on phase 1, and mine's only 2 phases. The quick and easy way I would have done it if I had Josh's project for 3 or 4 phases, I would have done a phase 1 layer and then future, phase future, or just future. And put everything.
And on the sidelines, Hall of Famer David Aldridge. Now the starting group for the visitors.
It would work with beta refs, but it would work with X refs. I just freeze the future stuff and it all goes away. But the way I would have preferred to have done it was the way that I started up, which is just using a solid hatch that laid over my face.
You've got Tisdale. Garland is out there with Thompson. Then there's Augustus. And it's Harden in at the 3, the small forward. And for Houston, we've got Harden. Thompson is out there with Tatum. Then there's Stephen Curry. And it's Wembanyama in at the 5, all in the paint. Well, Greg, how about this? A couple of the best scorers in the game out on the floor together. Stephen Curry and James Harden. Now this will be entertaining.
I mean, no doubt, Steph single-handedly changed how the younger generation wants to play the game of basketball. It's all about shooting the 3, and Harden knows how to score as well as anybody.
Greg, we can expect points to come in bunches in this one.
That's right, and Harden's, of course, known for that step-back shot of his, but he's a superior scorer at all 3 levels. He'll go right at it.
And here is Curry. James Harden getting it to go from deep. And Houston calls their first timeout of the game.
And with their offense sputtering, coaches got to get them back on track.
And to me, they're just taking too many tough shots. And when they do get an easy one, the confidence just isn't there.
Murray's checked in for Houston. Now here's Murray. Plays it up and banks it in.
And there's an aggression to Murray's game, willing to battle there for the bucket.
And Greg, something that is so important to this
Took
team,
over,
Jamal
took over
Murray's shot creation.
my
It
plans.
is. He creates so much with
Josh,
the ball off
he
of
took over my plans,
what
but
he puts in on offense frees up everything for his teammates. Great competitor who's really a perfect fit with this court. That's a finish he'll be bragging about for a while.
As he should. Very impressive.
How about that from your point guard, gentlemen? Playing big at the rim, okay?
Because whoever's doing that section is the best.
Pass to Tisdale. Back to Harden. Inside. There's Garland. And the layup is good after a nice lead pass.
Boy, how about the nimbleness to overcome the defense inside. Darius Garland makes his opportunities.
Here's Murray, and it's Murray with the jam.
You've got to love his aggressiveness to finish inside.
Well, his leaping ability gives him a great advantage. Now, here's Garland. Thompson up top. Back to Garland. Thompson left side. The three from Harden. It's rebounded by Houston. Here's Murray.
They're scared of you.
With the jam.
And going vertical, Murray's one of those guys with that sneaky athleticism.
Here's Harden. Driving to the basket.
Here you go, bang, bang.
Harden slamming it down.
Wow,
Yeah,
James
where he goes,
Harden
bang,
with a
bang.
little sauce in the finish. Nicely done.
And contact on the shot, so he'll be shooting free throws here. Here's Garland picks one up.
And you don't ever want to get into the habit of letting the offense get to the rim.
That'll be an epic.
And so Murray nails both of them. GA, you look how
That'll
Garland
be
can
a
create for
fucking
himself. Very good off the
epic
catch or the
ass
bounce.
fucking.
So deadly off of those high pick and rolls because he can dribble into that three. A playmaker that can do that is a headache. Garland knows how to create that space and get his looks.
Well, because Jalen Brunson's such a terrific decision maker, you can tell how confident and comfortable this team is when he runs the offense.
Now here's Murray. A three from Wembanyama. Gets it to go from beyond the arc.
And they don't want to get in a habit of giving him open looks from three.
Yeah.
First quarter still, but not who you want to leave open.
Goes back up. And Wembanyama gets it to go.
Exactly. Do the bow after you do all that.
Wembanyama on the boards. Really keep a body on it.
That'd be
Here's Murray.
hilarious.
And it's Murray with the jam.
Yeah, he put some anger behind that one.
You're telling me. Wembanyama against Wembanyama. And they go to the intentional foul.
Really no idea why you're fouling in a situation like that. You know, maybe there's some bad blood between those two.
And he makes the first. No good on the second free throw. Now here's Murray. What a performance by Jamal Murray. He has been the story for Houston. That quarter had to take a lot out of him. He racked up 12 points.
Everything changes. Everything changes. You got to redo everything.
And if you're just tuning in, it's been a pretty even game through the first quarter. And looking at what we've seen from Houston, what do you guys think?
Going to the bench early, they obviously knew what they were doing.
As a coach, I think you get a certain feel for what your team needs. And credit this guy for not waiting around. He went ahead and made the adjustment.
Russell Westbrook's checked in for Hardaway. Kevin Love out there with Wembanyama. Then it's Mitchell. Then there's Amen Thompson. And it's Westbrook in at the one. Here's Murray. Pass to Edwards. Outside for Murray. The shot, no good. Good D by Thompson. Oh, he really broke up that transition opportunity. Looks like it'll be a transition take foul. He's getting his first free throw attempt of the game here. And that one misses.
One of the things about Donovan Mitchell's game that I love is he's got elite athleticism. There is speed, there's burst, and there's physical strength. This guy is very capable offensively.
The sweet lefty stroke of Jalen Brunson.
And when he gets in his head that he's going to get to the basket, very little you can do defensively.
It's Edwards on the wing. He's covered by Thompson.
right now.
Murray finds Wembanyama. A three. The size, the shooting touch. Wembanyama is unreal.
And when Wembanyama is connecting from deep, he is downright unguardable. This is how special a talent he is.
Houston leading by 3. And Greg, it didn't take long for Anthony Edwards to prove himself in the NBA.
There's so much to like about his game. As outstanding as his offense is, his defense
why can't he stop you here?
He is a lockdown presence.
Because he doesn't know what the fuck he's doing, that's why.
Comments from him and the manual are related to
here in the second with about a minute and a half gone by. Harden, and the jam by Harden.
Well, James Harden's ability to put it on the deck and get to the cup is elite. And because of that size and frame, he's going to finish most often.
To the inside. Murray against Garland. Stolen by Garland. And now the fast break. Garland with the ball. Pass to Tisdale. The wide open look here for Garland. It's rebounded by Houston. Wembanyama's got his 5th rebound right now in the game. Here's Murray. It's good again, and an excellent 7 for 8 shooting night so far.
And this is who Murray is, a natural scorer who looks for ways to get himself going.
And the foul on Jamal Murray. That's his 5th foul. There's 49 seconds left in the first half of the game. And stolen by Murray.
And thought that pass was going to get through, but no. All of a sudden, he was going the other way with the basketball. Well, they weren't going to pass up that chance to get out and run following the steal.
And the rejection by Wembanyama. Edwards finds Murray. Misses from short range. Harden outside. About 3 seconds between shot and game clock. Houston leading by 7. In the corner, Murray with it. And he uses the glass on the layup. Murray's got 8 here in the quarter.
And inside Murray's attacking mentality pays off. He just works hard to find his own shot. And he has to take that long, slow walk back to the bench here. He'll watch the rest of this swing from the sideline.
This is his first free throw of the game. Harden hits them both.
Well, this guy has multiple ways to get to the free throw line, and boy, has his stroke been on the money.
Stolen by Garland. This is his 3rd free throw attempt of the game.
That means that you have to duplicate everything that you can equally. So if you go into one of your designs and you lose a handful...
Thompson for 3. Good. It's Harden with the assist that time.
Well, the versatility he possesses makes him a very tough cover, guys.
Now a timeout called by Houston. What a performance by Jamal Murray. He has been the story.
So now they don't match. So now you have to go and open all the other sets and move the other 2 things. You got to move the valve on all of them. You got to move the map on all of them. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, so each thing that we move, we actually have to move 4 times. And not just move them all.
For Houston, his production has been flowing as he's tallied 20 points and looks to be planning for more. We'll return shortly.
Has any fans got to do anything? That's exciting.
And this is at least coming from adjusted. Now, see, I'm not seeing any, like, for instance, I don't have direct contact with Winslow. If I did, we would have passed.
And we're halfway through this one. Plenty of basketball left in a game that's been fairly even so far.
3 months ago.
That's something Dawson could be ahead of, you know, when he gets that.
That's his first foul. And there's the call on Amen Thompson. And that'll be his third foul so far. So with Harden on the bench, this is Phil Jackson's lineup. We've got Thompson. Victor Wembanyama is out there with Durant. And there's Dwayne Wade. And it's Curry in at the point guard.
An absolute master at drawing contact. Defenders get nervous guarding James Harden. This is why.
Houston in the lead. Here's Thompson. And Thompson slams it home.
Rocketing off the deck. Thompson showing that.
Man, I always like Thompson.
Now, some argue that Wembanyama deserved Defensive Player of the Year consideration in his rookie year.
And Kevin, I can see where they're coming from. His team went from a bottom 5 defense to a top 5 defense when he was on the floor. His impact is amazing.
Here's Thompson. Solid play in the low block, and that one's good. Thompson's got 4 this quarter.
It helps that Thompson can score with either hand close to the bucket. Defenders can't force him to one side or the other.
That's the easiest thing to do.
Here's Garland. Here's Ilgauskas. Thompson with the rebound. It's Thompson with the ball. He'll bring it up for Houston. Their biggest lead of the game was 9.
He's got rocket ship-like takeoff. Thompson can flat out fly.
Thompson's gone 3 for 3 from the floor. Harden way outside. A three-pointer, no good. Houston leading by 4. And he makes the bucket, gets the whistle, and now a three-point play chance here for him.
We see this night in and night out. Thompson uses his size and elevation to make tough shots in the paint.
Here's Thompson, and the shot is good. Thompson's got 6.
Pretty dime there, the kind of ball movement coaches love to see.
Thompson from long range. That one will not drop. It's his first miss. He's 4 for 5. Here's Garland into the lane. That's in, coming off the assist from Thompson. 7 points in the game.
Well, this is a combination of speed and quickness. Darius Garland knows how to drive the basketball.
And he comes up with the deuce.
It almost feels like 2 buckets coming off the steal like it did.
Harden's gone 4 of 8 from the field. And Thompson gets it to go. Thompson's got 10 points here in the second half.
And guys, the D has to show a little more fight on the interior than they did on that trip.
Garland with the bucket.
This is where James Harden's ability to quickly scan the floor and then find the right window to deliver the pass. So good, so good.
Here's Wembanyama. Oh, there's the strength training. Wembanyama.
Well, you get exactly what you want right there. Clean look, right at the cup. Nicely done.
From deep Harden. It's rebounded by Houston. Wembanyama's got his 7th rebound here tonight. Shot clock and game clock separated by less than 6 seconds. Lets it go from deep. Wembanyama showing off the touch.
And Wembanyama's ability to pick and pop from anywhere on the floor puts defenders on their heels.
So they foul intentionally. Now a timeout called by Houston.
Whatever. The thing I regret the most was giving up all my info, you know? Like, hated that I did that, you know? And
now a timeout called by Houston.
Like, giving up all my OJ info, like, putting them on game and everything. So, I want to take something down to me.
Wembanyama has gone 80% from the field, 4 of 5 shooting. The 3 from Harden. Victor Wembanyama grabs the rebound. Wembanyama's got rebound number 8 here tonight in the game. From past the arc. That shot, no good.
Is he gonna write it out, or is he gonna leave?
Houston leads by 5. And we're coming right back. Be sure to stay with us as we get started for the 4th quarter. And it's been a very competitive game so far as we get rolling here in quarter number 4. Houston leading by 5. Ruined is out there with Thompson. Then there's Augustus. Then it's Tisdale. And it's Harden in at the small forward position. Garland, no good. And so here is Houston. This one for 3. And Wembanyama hits from deep. Wembanyama's got the first basket as we get going in the 4th for Houston.
Yep. That's like 2 weeks.
Here is Harden, and there's the call on Amen Thompson. And so he's picked up his final foul. He will sit for the rest of this game. Edwards has come in for Amen Thompson. Edwards against Harden. Out to the wing.
No, I think he's up to the board to real
another make to his scoring column. His 5th basket of the game. Now shooting 5 of 11.
Well, at this point, James Harden has put his imprint all over this basketball game, and the defense better find a way to figure him out soon.
Edwards, no good. Thompson dishes to Ilgauskas. That's in, coming off the assist from Thompson. Now just a 3-point Houston lead.
Want easy looks? Don't allow the defense to set up.
What a beautiful fast break opportunity, and the finish pretty good.
It's been like this all night.
Yeah, I made sure they include the
offense having their way.
And it is a major disadvantage down the stretch if you can't guard. This may just come down to who has the ball last.
And here's Harden. Puts up a deep 3. Curry with the rebound.
When you're not in rhythm with the 3 ball, why do you keep firing from there?
A 3 from Wembanyama. A 3-pointer is right on target. And now it's an 8-point Houston lead. Wembanyama has got an outstanding percentage from long range. Hitting 5 of 7, that's 71%. Harden's shot is off. Harden's gone 5 of 13 tonight from the floor. Oh, the rim with an easy reach of Wembanyama.
And a monster game for Wemby with the matchup issues he creates. I'm not sure anyone in this league can stop him when he's on.
And Harden wide open. He shoots. Another miss by Harden.
After a strong first half, this guy has not been the same. And largely a no-show right here.
And yes, it's good. Wembanyama has got the lead up to 12 now for Houston.
Late in the game, up big, they continue to attack.
And as a result, they may be facing just a little bit less resistance right now. They are having their way.
A 3 from Wembanyama. And it's Tisdale with the rebound.
Hopefully it will win.
So the first one drops, and that brings them within single digits.
Yeah, hopefully
And that one
really
goes
do,
in,
man.
2 from the
They
line
do,
that time.
because I made sure they did, you know. I told them.
And here's Houston.
Yes,
They
sir.
held a 12-point lead earlier.
Yes,
A
sir.
3 from Wembanyama. And that one's in. He's only missed 3 of 13.
I told Saki I had KHOU underneath on the line and my lawyer.
To me, they just looked a step quicker
I caught
out
him from
there.
a
They
different number.
certainly looked to want it more than
He
their
wasn't
opponent.
answering to my text.
34 seconds left in the 4th quarter.
Nope. I told him I had to use another
A
line
3
and
from Wembanyama. And another
and
3
my
for
lawyer
Houston.
on the other line. So whatever June says recorded on my paycheck.
And you want to save your best for last. Tonight,
And I
they've
told him
done
to take
that
it to
and
you.
then some.
And here's Wembanyama. He'll bring it up for Houston. The 12-point lead, their biggest of the game. Good on the bucket.
And this is what you want to see. Wembanyama attacking with authority inside.
It was on the last paycheck.
Now a timeout called by Houston. They're in front by
Very
14.
positive.
What do you think, guys?
And they've got this one just about wrapped up.
It's not completely over, and they know that. But if they carry out their game plan, they should be golden.
From deep three-point land, no good there. So we see Houston taking the W here. Some good confidence.
If they fluctuate at all. Most of them are exactly the same amount. And then when 2025 rolled in, the only thing that I seen different was my last one, which just hit Saturday, was $300 less than what it normally is. And when I talked to Ray about it, I told him that equates to about 1 day's work. And
yeah, but that's because 2 weeks. You know, we talked about that.
Right, but what he said was, you know, HR just recently, or not HR, but payroll just recently changed the system that they were going to use. Instead of paying every 15th and the end of the month, or it's based on the middle of the month and the end of the month. I was, what's the fucking difference?
Mm-hmm.
You know, there's 10 days, and that's to me why it's so much simpler to simply pay every other Friday, regardless of what fucking number it is. Doesn't matter if it's on the 13th or the 18th. If Friday falls on the 13th one week and 18th the next week, then that's when you get paid.
Great.
And then if the last day of the month is 28 days or 31 days, doesn't matter, because it doesn't matter on the number of the day. It matters on the letter of the day. It's every Friday, every other Friday. You get a paycheck. There's always 10 working days and 14 total days and 4 weekdays in that pay period, no matter how you cut the numbers.
Mm-hmm.
The way they're doing it is fucking confusing and complicated.
It really is.
Yeah, and it's confusing and complicated because there always is a 15th in every month, but there's not always a 31st or a 30th.
Yep.
Sometimes it's a 28th or 29th.
Yep.
So just to do it every other Friday, to me, just makes more sense. It's simpler. But Ray told me the reason that some companies do that complicated method, that if it's more complicated, that means it costs them more money because even the accountants are confused. If we're all confused, the accountants are confused too. So therefore, it takes them longer. They have to do more tabulation because it's not a consistent thing. It's always varying. So they obviously got to punch the keys on a calculator more often, which takes more time, which costs more money. So just do it the simple way to where it's always, always easy. Always 10 work days, 4 weekdays, 14 days total per paycheck.
It's just like every other company.
And dates don't matter.
No, I agree.
But Ray had told me the reason they do that, over the course of a year, that shaves 1 or 2 pay periods off. I was like, that can't possibly be. It could maybe make the difference of 1 paycheck less, but even that doesn't make sense because there's 52 weeks in a year, so you're going to get 26 paychecks no matter what. But maybe doing it their way, you end up at 20. I think that's what it is. You end up at 25 paychecks in a year's time using the numbers method versus the day method. And if that be the case, if you're trying to fucking save yourself 1 paycheck a year per employee, good for you.
Yep.
You're trying to cut a corner that mathematically doesn't really save you anything. It costs you more just to keep up with tracking that shit to make sure that you save yourself 1 paycheck a year, off of each employee.
That says a lot.
Well, it's really not. It is a lot if you take that cash and dump it into a pile and you look, by not paying these employees 1 full paycheck per year, look at this amount of money we saved, but then look at the amount of money that they've expended over the year operating, and that's just a drop in the bucket.
Mm-hmm.
It really is, there's an adage for that. It's kind of like hindsight is 20/20, love is blind kind of adage. That what you save by cutting coupons is a drop in the bucket, but if you put, time is money attitude into the time that you spend clipping coupons, the amount that they save you, if you spent an hour a day for a week cutting coupons to go to the grocery store and save $100, well, that's 7 hours of your time. How much is your time worth? If you say, well, my time's worth $25 an hour times 7, well, you didn't really, 7 times 25 is way more than 100, so clipping those coupons really doesn't save you for that if you put a value on your time.
Mm-hmm.
But most people put a value on their pocketbook, and what stays in their pocketbook. So that 7 hours from that perspective is worth it.
How much time do you think they have until they go under?
So they actually get drawings out the door?
No, I mean Majestic just falling apart.
Oh, I would give them between, I would say about a year, but possibly months to 5 years.
Yeah, I know.
I would say if anything implodes on them, it will be in less than a year.
I know. Ryan and Alex are stacking up because they know what's coming.
Right. Well, Ryan and Alex, and this is a thing that bothers me about corporate. I got into a heated argument with my wife. We're legally separated. Well, we're not legally separated. We're physically separated. She lives in Massachusetts on the other side of town. We're getting divorced. COVID kind of interfered with that some, and shut the whole planet down. And we decided to hold off on divorcing. And quite frankly, we're in a better situation today being separated than when we were cohabitating and all that. Well, anyways, I had a heated argument with her. She used to be a manager for Sears, a district or local manager, some kind of manager for Sears. And did a lot of hiring and firing and assessments and job matrix and all this other shit, job performance reviews and all that. Pay raises, promotions, all that. And I asked her, why should I provide a 2 weeks notice to a company who can do to you what they did and you came into work
every single day?
Right. You spent money in your tank to commute however far you went. You got up early in the morning, took a shower, got ready, got dressed, did your routine, came into work, only to be called into his office and told, well, we'll let you go.
Yep.
Pack shit up and go, hit the door. And they sent me an email that had 4 words in it. All caps with an exclamation point. You laid off. Bye. And then it was followed, and that hit on a Friday. Now, whenever I skipped work Thursday, I skipped work because I was fed up. Just under the table, off the record. I was not sick Thursday or Friday, but I claimed to be, and that's how it was in my timesheet, was PTO for sick day. I wasn't sick. I sat in bed and played with my birds and watched TV and did some other things and ate and went for a bike ride and ran some errands and raced a few cars and embarrassed them and then went home. Watched some more TV, and then the next day I woke up late, but I could have got into work maybe 15, 30 minutes late on my bike, of course, an hour late at the home, 45 minutes late maybe at the home. But I skipped just ahead, and then here's the thing. Friday I didn't send Saturday and evening. That's when they issued the "you laid off by" email to me.
Would you respond?
Well, as soon as I got to work Monday, first thing I did is fired up my, unlocked my computer, my password, and unlocked my computer. Of course, Teams came right up, and then I usually start my email and then my web browser, my Firefox, and then I click on AutoCAD, and I switch over to my Explorer, sort my drawings by date, and list, like I left. When my computer opens, it always puts Windows Explorer with the last place that I was. So I just put it in order of date, so I find out what the last thing was I worked on, refresh my memory for a moment, then I double-click that, go get my coffee, sit down, then I check my Teams and my email, and I had like maybe a dozen emails, and I started just clicking through them. Bullshit. What the fuck is that? You laid off mine. I was like, okay, well, pack my stuff up and start heading. And then I kind of, I'll read the next one. I went, instead of packing up and leaving, I went ahead and clicked on that. The next one came from Satay, and he said, and it was put out there as a group email. And quite frankly, and actually the email that I got about you laid off by, and all caps with exclamation point, was explained off that to disregard that latest email. This came from Satay's office, directly from him. Disregard last email, HR was just experimenting with the new program. The first thing I thought, the HR is experimenting with a new program with an all caps and an exclamation mark statement. You laid off by?
Mm-hmm.
That's what they're experimenting with? Well, fuck you, but I read the room. And then I started thinking, okay, did they actually lay me off? And if they sent me that email that way, everyone that's around me has to know that they laid me off, but no one's come up and said, hey, Bob, what you doing working here? Did you know Satay fired you? But no one came up and said that, and then I started thinking, well, fuck it. I'm just going to keep working. They're going to pay me if I'm here for 4 hours. And then Satay walks in the room and comes up and taps me on the shoulder. What the fuck are you still doing here? I sent you an email, you're fired. And I would have just simply said, okay, make sure this 4 hours that I work today is on my base sheet or else. And I would have walked out. But he never did. He just walked right past me, went in his office, and everyone else never said nothing to me. And then come Wednesday, I was invited to go into Josh's meeting. And that's when I fucking exploded on fucking Windrose. And Satay and Nihon and a couple of the girls were just like, holy fuck, is this guy actually doing this? Right here from him, they're fucking A.S. right, I am. Mm-hmm. What can they do? Fire me?
Right.
You think I can't walk into any other engineering firm and sit down and show them what I can do and fucking have a job? And of course I'm doing this because it's the right thing to do, because they won't. And they haven't, and they're so far still bowing down in a spineless fashion to Windrose, saying, you got to match our shit because we're incapable of matching yours. And I actually, to Nihon, I told him that and I hadn't released my I'm quitting thing yet. They didn't know that I've already got the job yet. When I pushed the button on Nihon's email, that was all about basically telling him, send this to Windrose, tell them to do the procedure I taught, that, and I used the word, that inept, incapable CAD survey guy they got, the exact procedure that I showed him in that Teams meeting, match our stuff to his, and either trace it or copy our stuff out. And then have him send it back to me, and if it all matches, if he's actually able to do something right for once in his life, and he matches my stuff.
Welcome to 2K Sports. We've got live NBA basketball.
And that's basically the gist of it. And I didn't tell him that quite that derogatory, but it was pretty fucking close to what I just said. And then that email sat waiting for me to send for a good 2 hours while I composed, sent Taze, and then I was smoke break, did a little bit of work, and I made sure no one could read what I was typing. And I started it in Notepad, and then transferred it into Outlook, addressed it to not just to Tay, but also to Alex, Santosh, Ryan, Adam, Nihon, and it seemed like somebody else, and then CC'd myself.
What did Nihon say?
To my Gmail account.
Neon is just I don't know what the heck Neon's deal is. He's just like
Well, he is a project manager / engineer. I think he's a
headed your way on this fine Wednesday afternoon. Here with Grant Hill and Richard Jefferson. This is Brian Anderson. Joining us from the sidelines, Allie LaForce. Now the starting group for the visitors. And for Houston, we've got Murray. Victor Wembanyama is out there with Smith. And it's Ginobili in at the 2.
They're paid like
Here's Calderon.
Yeah, he's going in the country.
Pass to Mayo.
And so they're probably getting
fades away. It's hauled in by Houston, and Houston has possession. And Richard, we talked about Victor Wembanyama, 7'4". Skill. Did you ever think we'd see a player like him?
Maybe in about 20 years, but we're seeing more and more hybrids. He is just an outlier that we have never seen before. The tallest player in the league and one of the most skilled.
Yeah, I know Reddy making $65K.
And so it's Murray who brings up the ball for Houston. Here's Ginobili. And Houston, another 3.
Good awareness by Murray. Sees a hole in the defense and feeds the guy ready to exploit it.
Pass to Cousins. Here's Edie.
Ready.
Here's Mayo, covered by Smith. And Smith over to help. Calderon passes to Cousins. Here's Mayo, clock at 6. Pure from 3-point range. Mayo's got 5 now.
Man, this is just fun. These teams are trading threes back and forth.
This is today's NBA. Hey, we see this kind of exchange more often than not.
Just taking it right to the rim, and no one was there to greet him.
Easy possessions like that literally are just a gift. You just dream of them. You will gladly take those.
Here's Mayo. He's got 5. The fader. They get it back. And Cousins throws it down.
And their offensive rebounding is such a strength for them when he's on the floor.
Yeah, he really helps them extend possessions, doesn't he?
Yeah, you can feel Coach smiling on the side.
57.
57.
Yeah.
And then that means that probably the girl that also
lines with every offensive board.
With all the attention that Murray gets, smart by Jamal to dish it on that play.
Calderon passes to Tripucka. Second shot opportunity. Shot blocked. Now here's Smith. He's guarded closely.
Ready, yes.
Oh, the dunk by Smith.
I'll tell you what, it's good to be his age.
Yeah, I don't have memories like that at my age. Here's Mayo. Here's Tripucka. Off target from outside. Smith right side. Oh, the dunk by Smith.
And adding to this lead right now, riding a wave of momentum.
Yeah, they've locked in during this stretch. If they keep it up, their lead will only continue to grow.
And it's Murray finishing it off.
You see the speed there. Love watching Murray go right towards the rim and convert.
Now I'm making 42, to be honest, some of these guys.
Here's Calderon. Pass to Mayo.
On my new job, I'm making 42, bro.
Murray looking around. Smith outside. And so it's Houston with a 9-point cushion at the end of the quarter. A big difference in shooting percentages. That's why they lead. And so far through one quarter, it's been a lopsided game. We'll see if that changes here in the second. And some stats here, guys. The scoring breakdown for Houston.
So far, they haven't had to force anything. They're swinging the ball around and turning good passing into points.
And the other thing you notice is how determined they've been to get into the paint and get buckets around the rim.
They've got Victor Wembanyama, Murray out there with Smith, and it's Gasol in at the power forward. Murray against Hardaway. Outside for Mitchell. Three-pointer. And Mayo gets it to go. Mayo's got 8.
Well, Mitchell knows it's not all about him out there. If he can get another guy a shot, he will do it.
And Richard, thinking about Donovan Mitchell, he just has a total impact on the game.
It's crazy to think that he's in the prime of his career, but every single year he continues to get better. I still think there are more levels for him to go.
And for Houston, we've got Smith, Jamal Murray out there with Victor Wembanyama, and it's Ginobili in a 2-guard. On the wing, Murray. And we played just over a minute of basketball in the second quarter. 3 shots, 3 baskets. Great efficiency so far. And the visitors call time here. Well, Grant, when you think of Jamal Murray and all he's been through, health is of utmost importance for him.
Oh, extremely important, B.A. Because when Murray is healthy, he's a lethal player and a huge part of this team's success.
Here's Howe. No points yet. Pass to Mayo. Here's Chapuka. Victor Wembanyama. Wembanyama's got 4 rebounds now.
Yep, you said it right next to me.
Here's Ginobili.
Oh no, they said I was going.
Yes, and it's Murray picking up the assist. Murray's got 5 assists in the game.
And just totally relentless, only increasing the intensity level.
Always plays hard until the final whistle, no matter what the situation is.
Houston leading by 15. Lets the 3 fly, and Houston another 3.
He said I was sleeping.
Yeah, he's in his bag from beyond the arc right now. You see his confidence.
And, of course, it helps space the floor, which gives this offense more room to operate.
Nailed. No good. Unable to win this run.
They just can't seem to end the drought no matter where they shoot it from.
This is snowballing for them. They've got to get a good look next time down.
But I never slept that much.
54 seconds left to play in the second quarter.
All I did was my prayers and put my head down, you know? That was it.
Oh, it's blocked by Wembanyama.
With great mobility in the 8-foot wingspan. Yes, 8 foot. Wembanyama easily wipes that shot away.
Here's Murray. It's cleared by Damian Lillard. 30 seconds left in the second. And Cousins throws it down.
And that's just grown man strength from Cousins there. Able to fend off the physical defense. Nice play.
Houston with another miss.
No, he said other people were saying that I was sleeping. Which is ridiculous because you and John sat right next to me. I never heard me snoring.
Outside the arc. No luck on that one. Timeout called. Houston. Here's Ginobili. Oh, he beats the buzzer just in time. Wow.
Big time bucket, I'll tell you. Great clock management there.
Boy, that was close. Got it in just in the nick of time.
And so it's Houston with an impressive 16-point lead heading into the break. They hold a real solid lead right now. Love their approach tonight. More NBA on 2K Sports right after this.
That, to me, sounds like a shot for the reverse, to where he's saying that the reason I'm letting you go is because you were sleeping and just making it up.
Just about ready for the second half here. A big comeback is needed for this game to be competitive, and it probably has to happen quickly. Here's Murray. Drives to the hoop.
I didn't see that coming.
Oh, explosive move. Sometimes Murray doesn't get enough credit for his athleticism.
Here's Calderon. And now
they're all over the place.
Calderon's got his first points of the game.
A great move. I mean, the defense has no response.
Yeah, taking it right to the rim. One imagines that might be discussed at halftime. That's going to be on the film.
He slams it home.
Yeah, they're even in Hammond's corner office.
Yeah, he did spend a little time up there, didn't he? Calderon, no good. Houston leading by 18. Well, Richard, it might be a long time before we see a player with the combination of Wembanyama's size and skill.
He changes every opponent's game plan, offensively and defensively. You've seen nothing like it.
I was told there were cameras
for a long time.
All alone, and the shot goes in.
Guy is just ridiculous. He is just an absolute surgeon when he has the ball. This man is surgical. There is no way to slow him down if he wants to score.
You gotta commend the focus on the basket. Murray absorbing the contact well.
And he'll be shooting his first free throw. The free throw drops from Murray. A minute 53 left in the third. Here's Calderon. Some room here for Cousins. Gets to the corner and hits it. Cousins has got 6.
With good timing and a sound jump shot, Cousins is able to convert catch-and-shoot opportunities.
Yeah, dude. I don't even think companies are allowed to have cameras like that in the offensive line.
I tell you, a little extra pressure on D when you're up against a point guard who can elevate.
It doesn't make it easy, does it?
Yeah, hard to strategize for a guy who can make a pass or a play like this right in your face.
And a missed layup. A minute 15 left in the third quarter. Not sure why he committed the intentional foul. No purpose.
I think everyone's a little confused, but weird plays happen. You don't want to stop the clock right there. I'm not quite sure what he was thinking.
Timeout called. Houston.
The reason they installed those cameras is because
the coach no doubt wants to use this timeout to review the matchups and maybe make some adjustments as well.
I'm sure all of the above is in order, and you can never be too content.
Maybe 15 minutes when I say come on smoke break in the federal statute.
And we're just about 2 minutes into the final half of play now. Tripucka, pass to Cousins. 5 to shoot. Here's Boosie. It's hauled in by Houston. Wembanyama's got rebound number 7 tonight. Here's Smith. It's good. And the assist goes to Murray. Give him 8. Smith's gone 4 of 4 from the field. Perfect so far. It's his first trip to the line. And he drops the first. And good on the second, so he makes them both. Houston leading by 19. Murray inside. And he drops in the layup off the glass. Murray's got 11 points in the quarter.
Skilled finish by Murray. He can score inside and outside, really anywhere on the court.
To the inside, Mayo. And Gasol with the block. 3 seconds separating the shot and game clocks.
If they can run out the clock here, no need to rush it.
Yeah, you don't have to be quick. You just have to be deliberate.
Outside Wembanyama, beyond the arc. And Howell pulls it down. He got him. No doubt that's a foul. And it's going to be a transition take foul. This will be his 3rd free throw of the game. Second half of play, and we're 3 minutes into the third here. And that's an intentional foul. He's shooting free throws number 4 and 5 here. And he makes the first. And so he makes both from the line.
And it's a luxury to have a great shooter like him at the line. Very rarely see him miss.
And trust me, when the D's slow to react, he'll be the first guy to make them pay.
Yeah, they're going to do a much better job of putting a little bit of pressure on him on his way to the hoop.
Jamal Murray, he's been the guy making things happen for Houston. 11 points in the quarter. He's on fire. And don't go far. We'll be right back. And we reach the fourth quarter in a game that may already be out of hand. Smith's got everything to go. 5 attempts, 5 makes. And that one goes out of bounds. Last touch by Murray. We've got Jamal Murray. Smith out there with Wembanyama. And it's Gasol in at the 4. Here's Murray. Rebounded by Calderon. Right wing. Plenty of space. It's hauled in by Houston. Their biggest lead of the game was 21. For 3. To the left wing. Here's Ginobili. Hits the trifecta. Ginobili's got 19 points.
What a smart pass from Wembanyama. Already adept at scanning the floor and finding open teammates.
That's really something good.
Here's Edie. Victor Wembanyama grabs the board. Wembanyama's got double-digit rebounds now in the game. Smith finds Murray. To the right side. From deep, Wembanyama. Rebounded by Cousins.
And he probably thought he was going to bury that one.
From deep. Tripucka, no good.
Given his range, you'd expect him to capitalize on that opening.
Here's Ginobili. Yes, and it's Wembanyama picking up the assist. 22 points for him.
Absolutely ruthless. He's not about to start showing mercy now.
This is what you expect from him, just coming alive and dominating in effortless fashion here in the fourth.
Ooh, an aggressive move, takes it strong, and there's no help defensively.
Murray's shot is good. Murray's got 13 in the second half.
Man, he's on fire. Playing patient basketball, not forcing shots.
Pass to Edie.
Second and personal foul. First team foul. Substitution on the court.
Here's Sigma, checked by Gasol. Hardaway, a good look. It's hauled in by Houston. Here's Murray. And he lays it up and in. Murray's got 4 points in the quarter.
Their offense has been unstoppable, just firing on all cylinders.
They've had great execution, and what stands out is that they're just taking what the defense gives them, not forcing anything.
And let's take a moment to get your take, guys, on the scoring so far for Houston.
I like how they've been attacking the lane. It's been beautiful. All game long, they've been successful penetrating and getting offensive production.
Yeah, and their team-first approach is another thing you have to like. And they've had great ball movement and are getting a lot of points off assists.
Here's Murray. Blanketed by the D. He fights to the rim for the layup.
So much passion from Murray on that play. I mean, he comes up against solid defense, but he just wants it more.
And Jamal Murray picks up the foul. That'll get him his 4th foul of the game. Due to the bonus, we will head to the line for 2.
That was just an awful decision. I mean, you have to keep the clock moving. There's no reason to foul there.
He's perfect from the line this time.
What?
41 seconds left in the fourth quarter. Here's Murray. Mayo with a rebound.
Basically you saying that
it's a one-on-one situation. Here's Gasol. And then Gasol with the jam.
Great teamwork on that drive, punctuated by a strong finish.
Yeah, that's nice execution, running with purpose and creating an easy scoring opportunity off the break.
Oh, it's blocked by Wembanyama. Timeout called. Houston. 12 seconds left in the fourth quarter. All right, guys, what's your take?
And they're hoping to wrap this one up.
Also, we've seen some wild finishes in our time. You can't afford to lose focus for just 1 second.
And now let's take a look at the New Balance player of the game, Jamal Murray.
When you look at the stats from this game, truly, it was his from the start. His scoring's been great, but he's done so many other things on the court as well. Wow, I'm just so impressed with his continued playing for his ball club.
Hey, these fans love him so much, and when he gets it going, they respond. The crowd's energy fueled his performance. And so it's Houston winning this one. Boy, they were something special to watch tonight, and the crowd loving every second of it.
It's always a great feeling when you play this well for your fans. This team really showed what it's capable of.
And that'll do it, folks. For Richard Jefferson, Grant Hill, and Allie LaForte.
To the same parking lot in separate, identical-looking buildings on Beltway 8 near, what was that street? It's on the Beltway. I would have to look it up on my Google map, but it's on the north side of town. I go by it every time I whiz over to my wife's house on the Beltway. It's roughly in between our side of town and her side of town. I can't remember the street name, but anyway, they are no longer in business for the exact same reason that Majestic is having problems. And that's too many chiefs in the TP. In other words, too many big top dog bosses. You got Santos, you got Pate, Alex, Ryan, and somebody else. It happens to be five bosses at Majestic. I have 5 bosses at Hampton Homes.
The reason this stays between us, okay?
What's that?
I don't want to put my boy on blast, so I was trying to get Emmanuel's job where I was at.
Yeah, who's?
Emmanuel.
Oh, okay.
'Cause I think he wants out too, you know? So, I don't know. I think it was before that, though. I don't.
Sure it was, because this just happened Monday, 5 days back.
Yeah, so that's before that. That's when I got my new job, and I was trying to get Emmanuel.
Yeah, I did mention Emmanuel's name to Faye today because she was pressing me today to influence him. He wasn't saying that he wanted names of huge influence me, but he was basically, in so many words, asking me, what persuaded you to leave us like this? And I told him, everyone's way mean. Do you not, you were present in all those meetings when I basically
And your PTO. Hey, try to get your PTO before you leave.
Well, I'm not concerned about that, but I am going to, in my itemized things that I'm going to put in email to you today, I'm going to bring up the 2024 PTO liquidation thing that came from the lips of Ryan. Whatever happened to that, because I've yet to see it, and I'm probably going to tell him not only do I want to know where it is, but that is one of the influencing factors as to why I'm leaving. I've heard from little birdies on the wire, which would be you and Ray, that they both had a lot of difficulty getting paid for services rendered their last paycheck.
Ray got paid, I think, and then he quit. Which is the smart way to do it.
Right, but no matter what, going 2 weeks back from the day you were fired, they owe you money for that, because what you collected a paycheck on Saturday, just a couple of days ago, wasn't for what you just got fired for. That was 2 weeks earlier. There'll be another check after that.
Agreed.
Think about it, because, I mean, when you started working there, it was kind of like rent on a house.
Welcome, sport.
You don't come live in a house for a month and then pay rent. You pay money up front.
So you still owe me money.
With the company, you offer services for a period of time, and sometimes you don't even collect that first check. They hold it. It used to be, I've worked jobs before where they held the first check. Mm-hmm. And then if you were paid every 2 weeks, it was a month before you saw a check. And they held that first check.
Fans, thank you for joining us. It's the NBA on 2K Sports. I'm Brian Anderson, alongside Clark Kellogg and Grant Hill. Allie LaForce is our reporter. Now the starting group for the visitors. We've got Trace Jackson Davis. Emmanuel Quickly is out there with Anthony Edwards. Then there's Christian Wood, and it's Ellis in at the 3 spot. And for Houston, we've got Murray, and it's Ginobili in at the shooting guard position. Here's Quickly. And he caught that pass in full stride on his way to the big slam.
Man, what a pass that was there. He really relishes
making do what I did. Call him from a different number, your neighbors, your roommate's number, and tell him you got the news, your lawyer, and all that. Yeah, I lied. That was just BS, you know?
Oh, yeah, but I mean, the party thing, fine and dandy, but I usually like the fact when I stood up with family. I don't need to threaten someone with an attorney. I threaten you with my own salary, which is simply going to be, this motherfucker paying me.
Houston making some changes. Alper and Şengün's checked in for Wembanyama. Wade comes in for Anderson. And it's Curry in for DeJounte Murray. Now here's Curry. Fires for 3. Count it. 1 for 1 to start the game.
It looks easy, effortless. Curry, natural from long range.
The 3 from Quickly. Connects from downtown.
Man, this is just fun. These teams are trading threes back and forth.
Nothing like answering back. One team gets 3, you fire 3 of your own. Boom.
Starting to find his rhythm. He's cooking, and he knows it.
And you know what? They're going to keep using it. I mean, he'll be the centerpiece of their offense today. You can bank on that.
Now here's Edwards. Wood, a screen on Curry. Here's Quickly. And the shot's good. Quickly's got 5 points.
Whatever the defense gives, that's what he takes. A sign of a skilled offensive player.
And during the first few seasons of Emmanuel Quickly's career, he was seen primarily as a scorer, Greg.
Yes, but recently has blossomed into a more versatile threat. The leap we've seen in his passing has been especially impressive. He's a player to watch out for moving forward.
Now here's Curry. He's got 9. No good from the wing. Well, the defender's stopping the developing fast break. That looks like a transition take foul. He's getting his first free throw attempt of the game here.
And looking at Edwards, the offensive skills he has are impressive. Now he must focus on improving his defense.
James Harden, he's checked in for Ellis. Here's Quickly. 5 points in the game. And now we've got an intentional foul.
I mean, I'm just not sure what he was thinking right there. I mean, he needs to get his head in the game.
Yeah, completely a brain fade. I don't know where that came from. Just lost sense of time and the situation.
He hits the second from the line. And it's Houston's ball. And here's Curry for 3. And it's Harden who pulls down the rebound. And he'll be shooting his first free throw.
Nobody quite like Harden to run your offense. He knows the ins and outs like very few do.
Kevin Durant, he's checked in for Gasol. Here's Jackson Davis. On the wing Quickly. He's covered by Curry. 1:09 left now in the first quarter. And so it's Curry with it. He brings it up for Houston. Launches it. Parries it from 3. Curry's got 12.
As a defender, it's got to be a futile feeling when Curry's in the zone like this.
And that's a foul. Called on Stephen Curry. That's his first foul of the game. We're in the bonus now, and they'll go to the line.
And it started out as a piece of shit. Then it got worse. And then it got even worse. And now it's catastrophic. It's impossible. You cannot fit the volume the guy is with. He went from over 10 feet above where he should be at the bottom of his path.
And he sinks the second.
Whenever I first started modeling and I took the first test there,
there's 49 seconds left in the first quarter. And that one falls. His 5th basket in 7 tries.
Love the intensity from Curry, finding a way to work through the contact.
They're running. Yes, and it's Şengün picking up the assist. 16 points for him.
And it's energy like that on both ends of the floor that's got them out ahead.
And the visitors call time here. The NBA becoming more and more global, Clark. Şengün, a perfect example of that.
Yeah, Alperen Şengün out of Turkey. Right now on the fast track to being the best player to ever come out of his homeland. So still very young, but boy, his future is quite bright.
Here's Unseld. Boy, that foul looked intentional. Not exactly what you'd expect here.
Yeah, no, it just doesn't make sense given the situation.
These are his first free throws of the game. That one falls, so he hits both of them. And we've got 28 seconds left in the first quarter here. The 3 from Curry. And no good. 6 for 9 from the field now. He's getting his first free throw attempt of the game here.
You know, one of the things you just love about Iverson is the heart he plays with. Every minute he's out there, there's no denying that he's giving it his all.
And he commits the intentional foul. First trip to the free throw line for him in this one.
Hey, where's the job located at? 5 miles?
So 1 for 2 that time at the strike.
Oh, wow.
On the wing, Curry. He's got 16. Gets the 3 ball to go.
Is it on 59 or Beltway?
Here's Howell. 3-pointer. He got it up in time, but it would not call for him. The baskets were coming early and often.
And I take the very first right, puts me on
Beltway 59.
It's 6 feet wide, 5.5 feet wide. I can barely fit in between them. It's all chuck holes. It's all busted up. So instead of taking that straight, I'm just going to go all the way to the feeder, which actually is faster because it doesn't have the stop signs or traffic light on the feeder road. And I just dip all the way down to the next traffic light, take a right, and then right there's my building. So it's literally 9 miles away.
Bro, I really had to hold my poop so Saya wouldn't get mad.
What's that?
I had to, like, hold away from my poop so Saya wouldn't get mad of me not being at my desk.
So what do you mean?
Like, I couldn't use the restroom, bro, because then he'll think I'm on the break.
Yeah, but hey, fuck that guy. You know, all of them there, especially them girls, that girl, she sits the closest to the
the one with the glasses.
I think she has like she's super exotic. She looks like Queen Cleopatra.
Mm-hmm.
She's got kinky hair. She's got a fine little body. Real beautiful in the face.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like Cleopatra kind of, very exotic. Beautiful fucking girl. And then right next to her is another one that's very pretty. Jan is beautiful. Jan here is beautiful, but she's very pretty. The one that was sitting next to me, she's fucking just cute. That sat in your spot for a day. It was just cute as a button. And now she sits across on the other side next to, actually they got two real cute girls sitting right next to each other. And most of the people there, design-wise, not the big boss. All the big bosses, I know all their names. Santos, Pepe, and all that. Mm-hmm. Most of the employees, I don't know their names because when I look at it, their name in print, I can't even begin to pronounce it, and I hate to insult them by butchering their name, calling Reddy. I looked at her name one time, and I was just like,
yeah.
Okay.
That's why we call it Reddy.
Right. And Reddy, she's a very pretty little girl, and smart. And that's one of the things that I'm attracted to in a girl is her intellect.
Mm-hmm.
All those girls that work in that office are all very smart. They're either well-schooled or they're just naturally smart, one or the other.
Yeah. Reddy she still kind of keeps in touch with me on Snapchat. She's real nice. She's a sweetheart.
Now, don't tell her that I think she's super cute.
I won't, but.
Well, actually, you could tell her that because I won't be in that company anymore, and HR don't apply
right.
On that level.
Nine.
Actually, I could give a fuck if you told her and she went and reported me to HR. What are they going to do, fire me?
No, actually, she had nothing but positive things about you. Like, she said, she likes to hear you talk.
Well, I'm outspoken, I'll tell you that. You heard some of it, but you didn't hear shit. When I feel like I've been sitting in the corner, most people look at me, I'm slender and tall, and my roommate says, you're right, you're slender, and you're frail. You're tall, you're frail. And I looked at him and I said, piss me off, Joe. Are you uncomfortable with sleeping all this slender and frail? I think when it comes to Japan and design, the problem I had with Josh, but the problem I had with Josh and with Satay and with Majestic in general is, to me, you don't start production work until after you have
all the information.
All the stuff in a row, which is all the survey, the plan, all that stuff.
Yep.
The direction you go to civil 3D. Once you start civil 3D done, then you're committed to production work. And once you complete the civil 3D and everything, like I said, all the big bosses internally, all look at your prints, whether it's on paper or PDF, and they confirm that everything looks a go-go, and you fire it off to the county. Well, then, you don't fire it off to the county. Then you start the production drawing. And when you do fire it off to the county, they're the only ones then that you can blame for making you have to do a whole bunch of extra work. You change one manhole, now you got to go open 40 pages and move a whole bunch of labels out of the way. Of course, if you only move one manhole, it's not going to be 40 pages. It'd be like maybe 3 or 4 pages. move 3 or 4 labels and you're done. But when the whole system moves, and if it's a uniform move and everything uniformly moves to what? Like Windrush is going to make us do, even knowing it was a uniform move, the majority of the Civil 3D stuff is going to be grip editing. The drawing is so fucking congested. Each grip that you do takes 10 minutes, literally, because your spear is constantly on the verge of crashing. So if you say, well, I'm going to move 50 and 1,000 grips, and I'm going to hit save, and then I'm going to hit another 50 and hit save, so that when it does crash, I only lose up to 50 edits. Well, those 50 edits took you an hour to do because each one of them took us 10 minutes. Well, that's going to be a lot of fucking time. You know, and they don't get that.
Yep.
The first quarter, it's Houston leading by 4, and we'll get things. If you're just joining us, we played through 1 quarter in this one. And guys, let's get your take on the scoring breakdown for Houston.
Well, we're in the era of the three-point basket. So if you want to win games in this league, you have to connect from deep. And they have been thus far.
Well, how about the transition game, too? I mean, that's been another key for them, moving the ball quickly up the floor. Let's see if they can keep that up.
They've got Kevin Durant. He's out there with Alperon Şengün. And it's Reed in at the 2. We've got James Harden, Kevin Herter out there with Trace Jackson Davis. And it's Unseld in at the pivot spot, manning the middle. And here's Curry for 3. And Houston, another 3.
Yeah, he's in his bag from beyond the arc right now. You see his confidence.
Yeah, I'd be confident too. As a matter of fact, I mean, if they're stacking up threes the way he is, I mean, he's doing all his work from behind the arc.
Here's Howe, guarded by Durant. And an intentional foul right there.
And I'm also tell you another thing.
The visitors with the ball.
So I signed in for 111.
Jackson Davis down low.
Or 110.
By Şengün.
Offensive rebound. My sign-on letter.
Here's Curry. Off target. That would have pushed the lead to double digits. Pass to Jackson Davis.
So the thing is that they made a mistake on my payroll.
Close to the rim.
Houston leading by 6.
And they added $5 extra.
And here's Curry for 3. Ellis with a rebound. A minute 39 left to play in the first half. And so they choose to intentionally foul.
Personal foul. Third team foul.
The home team on D.
And that wasn't the only one.
Called on the way up. So he'll take 2 from the free throw line. It's on Stephen Curry. This is his second trip to the free throw line in this one.
I don't know. That's cool with the other one.
At the line
they
is
got
good.
$5 extra. So we both got hired on the same
good
day.
On both.
It's weird.
And here in the second with about a minute and a half gone by.
One assist next to Anna.
And here's Curry for 3. There he is. The three-point king delivers on cue.
And the shooting mechanics of Curry, they are as pure as anybody who's ever played. He's such a dangerous shooter and scorer.
Back to quickly. And there's the slam. Dunk to finish it off.
Now, B.A., you know they would love for him to get more of those opportunities.
Well, that would cut into the deficit quickly if he does.
Well, I like the way he capped off that drive. The one-hand hole punch. Scoring the ball. He has been lethal and efficient.
Yeah, Ray and
quickly outside. 4-3. Jackson Davis. And the tip-in on the offensive boards. Jackson Davis has got 6.
Great anticipation on the tip-in. He was ready to make that play.
Oh, Curry just weaving his way through traffic. Still knocks it in.
Hey, inside Curry has all the tricks. Floaters, scoop shots, fallaways, left hand, right hand. However he has to do it, he will.
No, I told Anna about the situation that could have come into their outfit. I
From beyond the arc and then some.
And
he's got
they
13.
Made it look
A total
like
defensive
I was,
collapse. I mean, no reason to allow him that kind of space from behind the arc.
And Curry throws it down.
Slams it down with 2 hands.
Man, they're really getting aggressive now.
Now's the time to do it. Keep attacking that rim.
1 second separating the shot clock and the game clock. Anthony Edwards with a rebound.
Well, he's much better than that. Really no excuse for missing that lead.
And they go to the intentional foul. And this is his second and third free throws tonight. Free throw good, Edwards.
Yeah, 100%. 100%.
And both free throws good for Edwards.
Two-part equation. You have to be aggressive enough to get to the line, then talented enough to sink them.
And here's Curry for 3. Nails it from beyond the arc. Curry's got 37.
Three-point shot has been his weapon of choice this quarter.
Stephen Curry getting it done for Houston. He's nearing the 40-point mark, just getting whatever shot he wants. All right, stick around. We'll be right back after this.
Please direct your attention to center court and get ready for the fan court shot.
Yeah, I got the right voice too.
If you happen to have contact with the again, tell them and one more time. The next part of termination being that you told me, or do you have any of that documented in anything like an email, anything like that?
No, you just told me verbally.
Okay, yeah. It'd be your word against his.
And they can't lie in court.
And we've got third quarter basketball here. 2 quarters in the books. Stephen Curry having a dominant impact in this game.
Through the first 2 quarters, he's been on fire. Explosive offensive performance.
And you know what? I'll be interested to see just how much he's got left in the tank. That first half had to take a lot out of it.
Kevin Durant is out there with Alperen Şengün. Then there's Stephen Curry, and it's Ginobili in at the 3, the small forward. Emmanuel Quickley is out there with Anthony Edwards. Then there's Christian Wood. Then it's Trace Jackson-Davis, and it's Ellis in at the 3. And here's Curry for 3. Jackson Davis grabs the miss. Jackson Davis has got 7 rebounds in the game. And now we have an intentional foul. I'm not sure why.
Yeah, bizarre play, B.A. Not sure what got into him.
And now they decide to foul intentionally.
Second team
Quickly with the ball. And it's Şengün picking him up. And so they foul intentionally.
Third team foul.
Every one of those things I just listed.
And the call will be against Alperen Şengün. And so he's picked up his final foul, and he'll sit the rest of this one out.
He came in with the aggressive mindset, but didn't quite know how to pull back.
And Houston making a change here. Wembanyama's checked in.
And I've got the audio CD.
Quickly deciding where to go with it.
From beginning to end, you would have to draw
outside Edwards.
To hear it on. Even then, you'd have to fast forward
6 to shoot.
Because it was over 8 hours long.
Here's Edwards cutting inside. Oh, man. Oh, punch that one. Bad intentions.
Show us what you got, young fella. Anthony Edwards. Love to see you operate like that.
Good work there as it goes. Curry's got 39.
Assertive move. You can tell the game's heating up a bit.
Here's Quickly. And he banks in the layup.
A great move. I mean, the defense has no response.
Yeah, if that's a harbinger of things to come, he's looking at having a very big second half.
Pass to Curry. From downtown, Steph Curry cooking it up from the corner.
Straight up, Curry is as good as anyone and perhaps the best we've seen from three-point range.
Wood outside. Shoots from the elbow. Durant pulls it in. Houston leading by 6. The three from Curry. And Houston, another three.
This is why you got to be right up on Curry. Any breathing room he gets is too much.
Here's quickly. There's the drive. And a strong finish with two hands.
Ooh, bouncy. That should give him a nice lift.
Good timing. They needed that one.
And, you know, that's exactly what happens when you don't settle. That's the result. Tremendous effort and a big-time finish there.
Timeout call. Houston, James Harden. He's checked in for Ellis.
Coach, no doubt, wants to use this timeout to review the matchups and maybe make some adjustments as well.
And I agree. I think there's going to be a new wrinkle in their game plan when they come out of this timeout.
And Houston has possession. Curry gets the bucket.
Their strategy has been pretty simple here in the second half. Attack from three-point range.
Certainly. I mean, they saw a weakness in the perimeter defense and took advantage of it.
3 trips to the line so far for him in this one. First one falls for him.
At the line for the away team.
He does not get the second one. Houston leading by 9. Second half of play here. We're just under 2.5 minutes past. Curry against Edwards. And the bucket counts. And he is on his way to the line. He'll try to make it a 3-point play. Houston shooting their first free throw of the game. And that one misses.
When you talk about shot mechanics, Curry is as close as you can get to perfect. I mean, you can tell he puts a lot of work into that part of his game, and it pays off.
And it's good for 2. Edwards got 7 points. Edwards has gone 2 for 3 from the field. Timeout called. Houston.
They just committed too many fouls. While you don't want to give up easy looks, you also don't want to give away points. It's been a non-stop parade to the free throw line.
And so you did the overlay, so they were vastly different. And it's handwriting and you didn't even have to do an extra handwriting. And still, it's not just the Texas State people, the Rangers, the similar authorities, and the civil things. The act on any of that. Their answer was, this is civil sin, this is not criminal sin. We are not here to accept the stuff that we just heard or anything else. We are here to dispute the matter and the state dispute. And I'm not sure. So if that kind of stuff is holding come back, and I got you evidence to support that, that's what we're doing in the system. This is between a contract between you and him. Just so, because you promised to sell him a house. And in the end, he ended up keeping the money he was promising to buy the house from it for. Which was actually
12 seconds left in the third. Curry. Wood grabs the board.
Clean look from mid-range. Coach will probably want to run that play again.
Boy, that foul looked intentional. Not exactly what you'd expect here.
Yeah, I know. It just doesn't make sense, given the situation.
It's his first trip to the line.
And that he was going to use that money and maybe the equal of getting out.
First free throw is good.
So, there was a lot of stupid shit going on there.
So he gets them both.
Why you can't? So you never got a dime or nothing?
Nope, not.
They're going to turn it over. They couldn't get it inbounds in time.
The ball goes to the away team.
Was my crackhead ex-girlfriend.
Who poked away? It's stolen by Curry. Timeout call. Houston.
driving like a maniac in the rain because I was too tired because I pulled the all-nighters the night before. And then went to work and then had to go on an emergency trip to go pick her up.
Got it off in time. And so it's Houston closing out this quarter with a 7-point lead. Great shot selection right now, keeping the game simple and getting high percentage looks. We'll be right back.
And then took a little nap, and then when I got up...
And while we have a chance, let's go to our State Farm assist of the game.
And the winner today coming from an unlikely position. It's the big fella with the sweetest pass of the day.
Boy, that's a nice asset to have. It's a huge boost to any offense, too. It adds a whole nother dimension when you've got a big guy that can pass.
And this is it. Glad to have you along for this fourth quarter. Here's Edwards. Wembanyama out there with Kevin Durant. Then there's Stephen Curry. And it's Ginobili in at the three. Edwards gets the bucket.
Edwards got a tight handle now and enjoys breaking out these types of moves on him.
That'll be a 5-second call.
The ball goes to the away team.
He steered the wheel at the same time to the left.
Here's Quickly. And the three-pointer goes. Quickly's got 21.
He's such a clutch shooter. He just lives for the big shot.
Unable to get the ball in bounds. And they got called for a 5-second violation.
You know, guys, sometimes that just happens, but you don't like to see it when the game is this close.
To take the lead. It's hauled in by Houston. They've led by as many as 11. Now Wembanyama. And that's going to be a turnover. They call him for the 8 seconds.
The ball goes to the away team.
To the paint. Here's Jackson Davis. And he takes the feed in stride and slams it home.
Yeah, just continuing to unlock his game. If Edwards adds the playmaking component, oh, watch out.
That'll be a 5-second call.
Violation. Away team ball.
One minute in now in the fourth quarter. They get it back. The three from Wood. No good that time. And here's Wembanyama. And there's the 8-second violation as they can't get it across half court in time. After having trailed for a while, they could retake the lead.
Nice effort to battle back and put themselves in this position.
Here's Edwards. A chance there to take the lead, but a miss. Final quarter here, and we're just over a minute and a half through it. And they call the 8-second violation. Too much time getting it up court. We've got 1:28 left to play in the fourth quarter of this one. He takes it in. Powerful finish by Edwards.
At every level, Edwards has been the go-to guy for his team. It's in his DNA.
They're going to turn it over. They couldn't get it inbounds in time. $1:21 left in the fourth quarter. Down low. Oh, and that one, no question, powered it down.
Nice read by Edwards there, finding a wide open teammate and sending the ball his way on target.
That'll be a 5-second call.
Violation. Away team ball.
There's a minute 12 left to play in the fourth quarter.
You could just see how in sync they were there.
That's what it takes to pull that off.
Boy, both ends of that play, guys, were fantastic.
Unable to get the ball in bounds, and they got called for a 5-second violation. Knocked away and out of bounds. Houston will have it.
Well, I think that pass caught him off guard, but he showed us board hands, too.
They're going to turn it over. They couldn't get it inbounds in time.
The ball goes to the away team.
Inside. Stolen by Wembanyama.
Things aren't looking good here. I mean, they need points and they need them now.
It doesn't look good, even with the quick bucket here.
And the ball goes out of bounds. Last touch by Wembanyama. "54 seconds left in the game. And here's Edwards outside. And count it. Now 5 for 7.
Stepping up and nailing an important shot to put this away.
And, you know, this run shows what kind of attitude this team has. I mean, the win is there. Go get it.
That'll be a 5-second call.
Away team ball.
There's 48 seconds left in the game. Quickly outside. Puts up a deep three. Edwards can't hit.
If you're looking for ways to help your team, that's last on the list.
Hey, that's crazy there. I mean, insanity. At least wait until you get across half court. My goodness.
And that one's good.
Wood buries it. A good shooter off the catch.
Unable to get the ball in bounds. And they got called for a 5-second violation.
Ball goes to the away team. On the floor for the away team, Ivica Zubac, Bailey Howell, Kevin Herter, Allen Iverson.
There's 21 seconds left to play in the fourth. And so the road team gets the W in this one. They have to feel good about this performance. It's one they can be proud of.
Very true. I mean, when you're out on the road, the wins can feel a little sweeter. This one has to feel extra special.
Well, folks, that's going to do it for now. For Clark Kellogg, Grant Hill, and Allie LaForce, this is Brian Anderson. Thank you for watching. And now, time for our player of the game, Emmanuel Quickley.
Certain date time and collect a certain individual piece of property, which was my mom's car, to replace replace the loss of my car that got totaled out. And that's the only thing that I got out of my estate. My mom's estate.
I'm gonna shoot you a text, bro. Do you have Netflix?
Yeah, I've had Netflix, and way back in the day when you used to be able to get DVDs.
Oh man, same here.
You know, they quit doing the DVDs, right?
Yeah. Everything went up.
I didn't even know that until the other day. I went to look them up to find out what the current prices, plan prices were for my wife. And when I got into their site, before I got there, I saw a whole bunch of, from my Google search, what is their plan pricing? Because I couldn't get a direct answer from their website. So I just Googled it, and I came up with some plan prices for just streaming. And then I was like, well, how much is it if I got the premium one that I've got with the DVDs and Blu-rays? And come to find out that they just continued that like 2 or 3 years. I still got it.
It was like in 2013.
Yeah, and I still got 3 discs somewhere in one of my packed up boxes. I still have 3 discs, and basically what the article I read said, any disc that you have,
You own.
Yeah, you own. Because, they basically relinquished them when they discontinued that service. It would have cost them more money to keep their inventory. They could have tried to sell it off and recoup some money, but for Netflix, which is a good company, they just wrote it off and said, you can keep it. So legally, I own, I can't even find them, though. They're packed away probably in my garage somewhere. So that's a good company. Well, what's on Netflix?
I just texted it to you. That's about road rage.
Well, I would say, oh, yeah, I've got that. I've seen that,
Man, that movie's crazy, dude.
Yeah. Yeah, my wife showed, I went to go visit her, not this past weekend, but the weekend before. Went there Saturday evening and stayed there until Sunday halftime at the Super Bowl. You know what I lost Sunday?
What's that?
I lost my Taurus TH40.
Wow.
Because I had left her house. I was on my bike, left her house, and rode home. Normally in my car, it's an hour drive. On my bike, it was like 25 minutes. But I was doing 120 a lot of it. All tucked down. And I had a brand new backpack that my roommate had got me for Christmas. That was kind of like brand new shoes. It wasn't broke in yet. It wasn't real flexible and pliable yet. Real stiff, and it was narrower than my usual backpack. And I switched over to it, and one of the pockets I put my gun and a magazine, and another pocket I put blood, and
from everyone here at 2K, thanks for joining us. We've got a Wednesday afternoon edition of the NBA for you. This is Brian Anderson, Coach Stan Van Gundy, Hall of Famer Grant Hill, and Allie LaForce round out our broadcast crew for this one. Now the starting group.
My flip-flops in there too.
Look for the visitors. We've got Mitchell, and it's Nash in at the 1. And for Houston, they've got Kevin Durant. He's out there with Kristaps Porzingis. And it's Wade in at the 2-guard position. Now here's Mitchell. Defense is right there. He shoots it. Porzingis grabs the board. And we know Donovan Mitchell is a superb scorer. But Grant, what do you think he's focused on at this point of his career?
Well, BA, it's all about championships for him. This is a guy that doesn't just want to be seen as a lead player. He really wants to compete for titles, too.
Now here's Hardaway. Pass to Wade from the arc. And he's in the books. Now 1 for 2.
And that's what they want to do. Get him open looks early.
Here's Nash, defended by Hardaway. So it'll be 2 free throws. He was fouled in the act of shooting.
The officials were right on top of that.
These are his first free throws of the game. Both shots good from the strike.
Yeah, great effort tonight, and he's been rewarded with trips to the line.
On the wing, Wade lets it go from deep. And Houston, another 3.
And you want to get him going as soon as possible. Great way for him to start this game.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, if he gets into a good rhythm early, watch out.
Here's Nash. It's blocked. On the wing, Wade. And Houston, another 3.
And they're building up steam, getting out in front and trying not to look back.
Well, look, we've seen that no lead is safe these days. You got to keep scoring and extending that margin.
Nash. And that one drops.
Just taking it right to the rim, and no one was there to greet him.
Once he gets in deep on the defense, there is no way he's missing a layup like that.
Durant for 3, and that's good. His first bucket of the game.
And this first quarter has been ridiculous. They simply can't miss right now.
Here's Nash. Porzingis grabs the board. Porzingis has got his 4th rebound in this one. Right side Edwards. Outside Hardaway. The deep 3 from Durant. A chance to push it to double digits, but it's off the mark.
Personal foul. Second team foul. On the floor for the away team.
52 seconds left in the opening quarter, and they go to the intentional foul.
You don't want to stop the clock right there. I'm not quite sure what he was thinking.
And let's take a moment here to get your take, guys, on the scoring so far for Houston.
Well, the thing about hitting early threes, it spaces the floor and makes things a lot easier offensively.
And following off of what you said, they've really done a good job distributing the ball, passing up good shots for great ones.
Wembanyama's checked in for Gasol, and the visitors call time here.
Yeah, hoping to tap into something that'll get them clicking.
Yeah, they just have to be more patient, less forcing, and more passing.
How much that concentrate?
Now, if you're just tuning in, we played about 2.5 minutes here in the first.
Yeah, when we talk about guards, Kyrie is one of the best at scoring inside.
Oh, it's stolen away. Fast break, here we go. Ooh, and he took a hard foul on the shot. So he'll head to the line to shoot a pair. First trip to the free throw line for him in this one. That free throw good from Irving. Both free throws good from Irving.
And he's basically automatic from here. And that's not an accident. No doubt, Kyrie still puts in work at the line.
Durant's shot is off. Durant's gone 1 of 3 shooting so far. And now we've got an intentional foul. On the night, he's 2 for 2 at the stripe. That free throw good from Irving. Both free throws good from Irving. Houston leading by 3. Porzingis passes to Hardaway. Here's Wade. He drops it from range. Wade's got 15.
Just incredible. I mean, he's really making it rain out there, knocking them down one after another.
Well, what I love about his three-point shooting is the spacing that he's adding. It makes things a lot easier for everyone else.
Timeout call. Houston. Here's Wade. Well, it's been a high-scoring, competitive game through the first quarter of play. It's Houston up by 3. And back in a moment as we'll get underway with quarter number 2.
It's still dangerous. Got to that fucking Starbucks and then realized we're going back to the first one with someone.
And it's been a pretty even game here after 1 quarter of play. And taking a look at Houston's performance here, guys, what have they been doing or not doing?
Oh, what a first quarter. You love their willingness to make the extra pass.
Yeah, it's the kind of offense every coach loves to see. Selfless and smart.
Anthony Edwards out there with Kevin Durant. Then it's Kristaps Porzingis. And it's Wade in at the shooting guard. Kyrie Irving out there with Tyler Hero. Then there's Nikola Jokic, and it's Gasol in at the four-man position. Drains the triple.
Well, what a half he's had. He has completely warped the shape of this game with his hot shooting.
Jokic with a screen on Hardaway. Here's Irving, and the 17-footer goes down. He's got 11.
Taking what he can get, Kyrie pulls up with confidence in the mid-range.
For three, Durant. Outside Hardaway, fires the three, and there's Durant. That one's good. On the assist from Hardaway. Durant's got his second basket of the game. When you look at the career of Kevin Durant, he's had an amazing list of teammates, Greg.
Yeah, that's true, B.A. And it started with Westbrook and Harden. Then he had Steph, Clay, and Dre, Kyrie, and then Booker and Beal. That is quite the list.
Wade, that's good.
And this is what you want to do when you've got a big lead. You must stay aggressive.
Yeah, they're being absolutely relentless. Building this lead in every way possible.
On target from range. Wade's got 12 now in this quarter.
The three-point shot has been his weapon of choice this quarter.
And the visitors call time here.
It's time to talk this over and try to put a stop to this run.
Yeah, I like the timeout here. The coaching staff needs to get these guys regrouped and refocused.
I get the truth from where I think the two jurisdiction that gun might be in right now, sitting on the side of the road. Now, if that gun hits the road,
and we've got 1:18 left in the first half. To halt the run. Ooh, a little luck that time as it drops. Carrington's got his first basket.
It's showing off the floor awareness right there. I love whenever Mitchell looks to share the wealth.
Here's Wade. No good on the three.
There won't be anything left for plastic frame gun.
And so they choose to intentionally foul. Thomas, he's checked in for Gasol. There's 53 seconds left to play in the second quarter. Oh, how about Victor? Gets there for the putback jam.
You know, when Wembanyama gets to an offensive rebound, he's going straight back to the rim with it. You can count on that.
Gets the three to fall.
As a big, unless you're a dedicated rim runner, have to be some kind of threat from distance.
Now here's Mitchell. The three. It's rebounded by Wade. Hardaway with it. Guarded by Wembanyama. Outside Hardaway. Here's Wade. It goes. He's 10 for 13. So much confidence.
He means business. Unlikely to be a comeback on his watch.
Well, this is how you shut the door, right? You keep making good shots and you build the lead.
Pass to Porzingis. And the ball is tied up, so we'll have a jump ball.
PTO.
PTO liquidation from 2024 that Brian promised me and everyone else. And I haven't seen that yet.
And that's an intentional foul. The first one falls. And both free throws good for Thomas. 3 minutes of action thus far in the second. And so it's Houston liking their chances, ending the quarter with a 15-point lead. Their defensive efforts have paid off, effectively shutting down the opposing offense. We'll be right back with you shortly.
For no reason, nothing was done right.
You want me to work here for the next 2 weeks and actually back to the way I did. They were going to go back in. So now fix all the surfaces that are out of sync with the current outer boundaries. And got a couple things to do there.
And with the second half upon us, we'll find out if this game becomes the rout that it's threatening to be.
To be sure you get paid before you do.
Houston leading by 15. Kristaps Porzingis out there with Kevin Durant. Then there's Edwards, and it's Wade in at the shooting guard position.
Well, he's getting all he can offensively and making the most of it.
They've got Nikola Jokic, and it's Nene in at the 4. Back to Wade, over Mitchell. Pass to Wade from deep. Jokic grabs the board.
Yes, sir.
Off with the layup. And it's Houston's ball. And Stan, while Edwards has pushed back, it hasn't stopped others from comparing him to his heiress, Michael Jordan.
And that talk is more about how his game reminds one of MJ and less about greatness. Edwards' career is just getting started.
And an intentional foul right there.
First team foul.
Here's Nene, yet to see a basket. Here's Carrington. Jokic with a screen on Edwards. Fires the 3. Carrington no good.
Love you, brother.
Houston leading by 18.
Yeah, man, I'm really happy.
It's Edwards on the wing.
Yeah.
Pass to Wade.
But,
The 3 is up.
man. I love you,
He
brother.
buries
You're
it
a
from
good
3.
friend.
Wade's got 35.
Yeah, he makes
We'll
it
do
look
last team.
so easy. Yeah. The game comes naturally to him.
Have a good night.
And the visitors call time here. The home team on D. They haven't given up any points here in the second half. No one covering. Mitchell's got 5.
Mitchell has everything, including that three-point shot.
On the wing, Durant. Here's the 3. And Houston, another 3.
Exchanging buckets from downtown. That's been a staple of tonight's game.
Yeah, sometimes you get in a shootout like this, but you just hope that you can get a stop first.
Now here's Hardaway. A 21-point lead, the biggest of the game. Edwards against Jokic.
That's a tough walk back to the showers. Pretty sure he'd like to have a couple of those plays back.
Jalen Brunson, he's checked in for Hardaway. Into the third. 2 minutes in now. Here's Maxwell. No good with the triple. Houston leading by 21. Pass to Wade. Takes a 3. Hits the three-pointer. Wade's got 38 points.
Here in the second half, they're really focused on stretching the floor.
Yeah, and where has the defense been? They've been content to let them fire away. They've got to close out to the arc.
Mitchell's got just one of his 6 shots to fall here. We've got a 9-second difference between the shot clock and game clock. They get the rebound. The kick to Durant. There's the 3. And he scores it. Now 5 of 9 from the field.
There's the quick release. KD remarkably fast with the basketball.
Can they get it? Mitchell misses. Outside Brunson. Here's Wade. Yes, and a nice assist from Brunson. Brunson's got 3 assists in the game.
Here in the third, he's really started to heat up from the perimeter.
And so it's Houston cruising into the next quarter with a 30-point advantage. And their three-point shooting, a big And now we have a moment to reveal our State Farm assist of the game.
You have to love his unselfishness and ability to make those around him better.
Well, he really just helps tie this team together. They know they can count on him to set them up.
And 1 quarter to go in a game that, to this point, has not been an evenly fought contest. Kevin Durant is out there with Edwards. Then there's Jalen Brunson. Then it's Kristaps Porzingis. And it's Wade in at the 2 spot. Puts up a three. And Houston, another three.
They're really dictating the tempo on both ends of the court. You love it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. They're playing their game and executing at a real high level. Everything is working for them right now.
Here's Durant. And the foul is called. He missed it.
First ever murder. An accident that would change his psychology going forward. Once you do something you're scared to do, like skydiving or...
He's got a couple of free throws coming his way.
Courageous play inside by Durant. Just absorbing the foul, but still putting up the shot.
And let's quickly check out the scoring breakdown here for Houston.
Well, they've really been sharing the basketball. All coaches talk about that, try to get their teams to do it. It's really great when you see it in action.
And I also have to praise them for their three-point shooting. They're showing a lot of confidence, letting them fly from deep.
Stephen Curry, he's checked in for Houston. And now they decide to foul intentionally.
First personal foul. Second team foul.
And he commits the intentional foul.
Personal foul. Third team foul.
And they go to the intentional foul.
Second personal foul. Fourth team foul.
Here's Nash. And so they foul intentionally. The first free throw is good.
Shooting. To send a message or first to serve business. So we had to accept that violence is a necessity and has adopted the strict fully. But this isn't without the help of deep psychological issues that I'll discuss.
For the away team, Steve.
It's both from the stripe. Now here's Brunson, tightly guarded. Outside Curry. The three ball. Yes, and a nice assist from Brunson. Brunson's got his 5th assist in this one.
Not sure there's such a thing as a bad three for Steph.
Here's Mitchell, and Mitchell with the slam.
A monster finish with authority.
And he hangs on the rim for a little extra spice. Outside Curry, jacks up a three. It's hauled in by Nash.
Yeah, and the defense has really got to tighten up on him. I mean, he's just too dangerous from the three-point line.
And he knocks down the first one.
At the line for the away team, Steve.
And that's good as he hits both shots. And so it's Brunson who brings up the ball for Houston. The three from Curry. That won't go either for Curry. And so they choose to intentionally foul. First free throw is good. Both free throws good for Mitchell. We've gone about a minute and a half into this fourth quarter. Outside Curry. There's the triple. Nene grabs the board. Nene's got 4 rebounds now. Mitchell with room to shoot. And no good, trying to use the glass.
Those are precisely the looks this team is trying to create.
Yeah, quality offense will serve you well in the long run. You can't settle for bad shots.
Coming down the stretch, they've leaned on the perimeter game.
Well, if you're looking to get points in a hurry as the game clock's running down, that's certainly the way to do it.
And Houston has possession. And they're running. Here's Carrington. Here's Jokic. Nails the baby hook.
And he's just slippery down there. I mean, Jokic makes gaining position look so easy.
On the wing, Curry fires from deep. Yes, and a nice assist from Brunson.
That's an inspired ball club. They fought hard, and during the most important moments, they made big plays.
Yeah, they saved their best basketball for this home stretch, and they certainly earned this one.
Exchanging buckets from downtown. That's been a staple of tonight's game.
Yeah, sometimes you get in a shootout like this, but you just hope that you can get a stop first.
And now we've got an intentional foul.
You don't want to stop the clock right there. I'm not quite sure what he was thinking.
The first one falls.
At the line for the away team, Steve Nash.
That's also good, so he hits both free throws. 20 seconds left in the fourth quarter here. Brunson passes to Curry. The three is up. It's hauled in by Nash. And now they decide to foul intentionally.
Jalen Brunson. Third personal foul.
And the first one at the line is good.
At the line for the away team, Sullivan.
Both free throws good from Mitchell. Timeout called. Houston. They're up by 27. Guys, your thoughts?
Interesting timeout with this game mostly in the bag.
Well, they could be trying to just make a change just so their subs can close this game out.
And now let's present our New Balance Player of the Game.
And I'll tell you what, this was one easy pick for sure. From the start, he looked in total control for the entire game. It's incredible to see a player outperforming everyone else on the court.
Boy, you can see the amazing relationship he's built with the hometown fans, and it motivates him to always give them his very best. And so it's Houston winning this one. We saw two different teams tonight. One played with confidence.
Solly seemed to struggle to form strong, consistent bonds with those around him. A bearing man who lacks the ability to care for others, and as seen with the Shane, he has a tendency to fall in and out of good relationships. In the first season of Top Boy, he has a kid with a woman named Taylor, little Natasha, who he calls Tash, but that relationship also broke down. But an unlikely relationship developed between Solly and a young boy named Jason.
Give me a pound.
What?
Say, give me a pound.
Fast.
This fast.
This is myself. Based on their first encounters, you wouldn't think Jason would amount to anything than just an annoying boy who came from the area.
I'm going to phone dickhead.
However, in the midst of Sully holding Jermaine hostage, he gets Jason to bring him food, which Jason only accepts because he himself is hungry. Actually, I found a little. That's changed. I didn't shoot you there. It's all food, man. But once Jermaine's brother Ray finds out they were holding him hostage, he had to leave. Say, what are you doing? Your family, man. So Sully and his counterpart Mike would have to leave with Jermaine and Jason and find somewhere else to hide him, and they chose Jason's place. And this is where Sully's intrigue in Jason began.
I've got a life here. Or just because I've got a board down there.
You ain't got your life and Negro's because you. Remember how Sully's mother was also addicted to drugs? Well, Jason was in the same predicament. Sully would have likely experienced a level of neglect, a lack of support, and it very much could have created a hardness microphone for himself and craves that validation from the shame. And at this moment, it becomes the first time Sully could ever experience empathy. By definition, empathy is the capacity to understand or feel what another person is experiencing from their frame of reference. That is, the capacity to place oneself in another's position. This feeling of empathy most likely felt foreign to Sully, but it did make him care for Jason and build resentment to how he'd been treated, resulting in him attacking Jason's mother's boyfriend. Leon, what? What? Hey, listen. Hey, wait there, I'm coming. You right, Chase? When the Shannon slowly carry out what they thought was their final task together, retrieving a stolen stash of drones from the Albanians, Sully rejects the Shane's offer to continue working together, and instead goes to look after Jason, Barfield, and gives him a better chance than him. Sully finally has something just in bed, not the business.
All right, everyone. Greetings from 2K Sport. Get ready for some NBA action. This is Brian Anderson with Clark Kellogg and Grant Hill. Allie LaForce with us on the sidelines. Now the starting group for the visitors. We've got Toppin, and it's Iverson in at the 1. And for Houston, Kevin Durant is out there with Kristaps Porzingis. Then there's Anthony Edwards, and it's Wade in at the 2-guard spot. And Houston has possession. Timeout call, Houston.
And something fans don't always get to see, some of the closely guarded secrets that happen in that huddle.
Yeah, typically there's some type of adjustment made out of the timeout. It might be major, or it could be just a slight tweak.
To get back in his feet, the two of them had to attempt to consider shift. Time spent today referring the pilot to the positive dimensions.
And Houston has possession. Timeout call, Houston. Stephen Curry, he's checked in for Houston.
George Arsenal played probably the best fucking team in the whole Premier League.
Outside Hardaway. From behind the arc. And it's Stephen Curry with the 3.
That's Curry's game. I mean, you can't give him a sliver of daylight out there.
Smith into the lane. Oh, the dunk by Smith.
Now, I know he makes it look easy, but it takes incredible physical tools to pull that off.
Athleticism and explosion.
Yes, indeed. Let's just call him ladder climber.
The 3 from Curry. And Houston, another 3.
Off a pass, Steph Curry. That one is always going in, or almost always going in.
Pass to Cephalosha. Here's Iverson. And down it goes. Jam that one home.
What a finish. I mean, he just took over himself.
What a show of power right there from the point guard. Man, sweet.
And, you know, guys, when your point guard is making explosive plays at the rim, I really do think it sets the tone for the rest of the team.
Hey, if you can't block it, sending him to the line can be the next best thing.
Yeah, exactly. Prevent the layup, give them a little bump, and then maybe they'll think twice about coming into the lane next time. And if they don't think about it, at least they might be distracted by your presence.
Now here's Hardaway. The 3 from Curry. Fires in the triple. Curry's got 9.
Straight up, Curry is as good as anyone, and perhaps the best we've seen from three-point range.
Smith against Curry. Pass to Iverson. Takes the 3. The shot misses. And here's Curry. He's got 9. About 2 minutes gone by in the first quarter.
It's never easy from that distance, but we see him drill those and shoot around all the time.
Well, that looked to me, guys, like a heat check, and was maybe a step out of his range.
Now here's Hardaway. And there's Curry on the assist from Hardaway. 11 points in the game.
Love the intensity from Curry, finding a way to work through the contact.
From about 19. Not enough on that one as it misses.
You got to move past that one. I mean, they want him to take that again.
Well, you know, I hear you. That's a good look, but when you're that wide open, I think you got to knock it down.
And I'm surprised that didn't go down. I mean, I'm sure he is too.
Here's Iverson. Deflected.
And, you know, Nowitzki is capable of 86ing these shots now. That means rejection, using his height and wingspan to deny.
Now here's Toppin. Defense right on him. And an intentional foul right there.
You don't want to stop the clock right there. I'm not quite sure what he was thinking.
Yeah, but that's no excuse for that kind of foul. I mean, that might be an explanation for it, but certainly doesn't justify it. And even then, it's just not a good play.
That one misses. The three from Curry. Sinks it from distance.
You want to run your offense through him, a reliable scoring option.
And that's an intentional foul. It's his first trip to the line.
First personal foul. Team foul. Shooting for the away team.
That free throw good from Davis.
2 shots.
Both free throws good from Davis.
That's what he does. Rock solid at the line.
Timeout called. Houston. And it's out of bounds. Last touch by Hardaway.
Unforced turnovers. They'll drive your coach insane.
Stephen Curry getting it done for Houston. Absolutely carrying the offense. He ends the quarter with 14. We're coming right back. Don't go anywhere. And thanks again for tuning in. If you're just joining us, we played through one quarter of action so far. All right, guys, what do you think about the offensive approach we've seen so far for Houston?
Yeah, their early focus on outside scoring has paid off. They're finding plenty of points from three-point land.
Well, how about the transition game, too? I mean, that's been another key for them, moving the ball quickly up the floor. Let's see if they can keep that up.
Davis out there with Zach LaVine. Then it's Karl Anthony Towns, and it's Lewis in at the three. Shot from 16. Pass to Misi. To the middle. Goes back up. That shot is good, Lewis.
Nice job inside that time by Rashard Lewis, recognizing he had the advantage and attacked.
Offensively, Karl Anthony Towns is one of the most well-rounded big men in the league, Grant.
Yeah, maybe in league history, B.A. He's an elite three-point shooter, post scorer, and his passing is severely underrated.
The three. And Houston, another three.
And this is how he shines. He's a big part of their floor spacing.
And you know what? It's all about the long-distance game for him tonight. He's getting it done from out there.
Strong finish to cut into that lead a little.
Man, left no doubt with that one, Grant.
Well, I tell you what, he loaded up as much power as he could behind that two-hand.
And the basket by Curry.
Huge night for Curry and a great rhythm thus far. That's always bad news for the team he's facing.
And the visitors call time here. Man, it's been quite a game for Stephen Curry.
He's getting loose and doing work. They want to talk this over and find some answers.
We're about a minute and a half into the second quarter. Here's Lewis. It's hauled in by Robinson. Robinson's got 4 rebounds now. And it's out of bounds. Last touch by Curry.
No need to rush that play. That's called giving away a possession.
Karl Anthony Towns.
Here's Iverson. And they go to the intentional foul.
First personal foul. First team foul. On the floor for the away team.
1:21 left in the first half of this game. And so they foul intentionally. And this will be a second trip to the free throw lines. First one falls for him.
Shooting for the away team.
Both good from the line that time. Houston leading by 7. Outside Curry. Launches a 3. Iverson with a rebound.
I'll tell you what, the defense was lucky there. I mean, leave him that open from range, he'll typically knock it down.
The big big-time throwdown.
Check him out. Keeps the grip on that rim after the finish. A little extra emphasis.
Maybe that'll help them recapture their edge a little bit, guys.
Got a piece of it. Robinson with a steal. And here's Curry for three. Easy money for Stephen Curry.
The defense really fell apart there. You can't afford to leave them all alone at the arc.
And stolen by Hardaway. Oh, got a piece of it. And a bit of a battle for the ball. And the officials signal a jump ball here. Stripped it away. Nowitzki, pass to Hardaway. And here's Curry for three. Cephalosha with a rebound. And now they decide to foul intentionally. First trip to the free throw line for him in this one. And he makes a first. And so he hits both.
Well, he's certainly been on target with the free throws. Such an advantage when your bigs can knock them down from the line.
On the wing, Curry. Let's go with a three. Drills it from deep. Curry's got 29 points. Here's Iverson, defended by Hardaway. Shot's good by Iverson.
That's how you up the ante. Come right back at him.
A little back and forth from long range. I love it. That's a terrific answer there.
Timeout call. Houston.
You can see this before down the sun
Quarter number 2 and around 3 minutes gone by.
That's a shot he'd like back. He's usually going to make those.
And we've reached halftime in this one. It's Houston up by 6. We'll see you after halftime for the beginning of the third quarter.
23.
I feel the situation, he was recovering mentally and distancing himself from that life. And he knew that getting involved in something like this posed a risk to his recovery. But protecting family is something the cell stands for, so he did. And now he realized that playing the nice guy, being respectful, not escalating to violence, got him nowhere. In fact, it got him disrespected, beat down, almost killed, and humiliated. And this was when the inevitable monster was reborn.
If you're just joining us, we've played through the first half in a game that's been fairly even so far. Stephen Curry having a dominant impact in this game.
He's hit shot after shot from deep. He's so locked in right now.
Well, you know, the stroke looks fantastic. Even when he's had a hand in his face, it hasn't affected him at all.
We've got Edwards, and it's Robinson in at the 5 spot. Oh, Robinson with a block. We've got Smith, and it's Toppin in at the 4-man position. The 3 from Curry knocks it down from distance. Curry's got 32 points in the game.
Guys, it's a one-man show out there. I mean, he looks like he's willing to handle all of the offensive duties for his team.
And here they come. This one for 3. Steph Curry cooking it up from the corner.
And Hardaway, Penny Hardaway, boy, what a terrific passer he is. Great floor awareness and does an excellent job finding the open man.
Here's Iverson going inside. Robinson with the block. Pass to Curry. The 3 is up. And Toppin pulls it down. To the wing, right side. Here's Iverson. He's covered by Curry. Toppin outside. Here's Iverson from behind the arc. Counted from distance. Iverson's got 8 points.
I don't think he's a point guard or a shooting guard. Iverson is a scoring guard. That's what he does. He can hurt you in a lot of different ways.
Unanswered three from Curry.
And just totally relentless, only increasing the intensity level.
Yeah, I love the fact he doesn't play the score. He just keeps coming, attack mode. He doesn't know how to step off the gas pedal.
Three-pointer. Dive for it.
Number 12.
And now around 2 minutes gone by at this half. Oh, and he got fouled on his way up. He'll head to the line to shoot 2.
Man, the defender really went after him.
Yeah, if you're going to foul, then make sure that you don't give him a chance for the and one.
And he drops the first. Zach LaVine, he's checked in for Ja Morant. And he makes the first, but misses the second. Houston leading by 11. Here's the three. And there's Curry on the assist from Hardaway. Curry's got 41.
Their strategy has been pretty simple here in the second half. Attack from three-point range.
Certainly. I mean, they saw a weakness in the perimeter defense and took advantage of it.
Ooh, bouncy. That should give them a nice lift.
Good timing. They needed that one.
And, you know, that's exactly what happens when you don't settle. That's the result. Tremendous effort and a big-time finish there.
Curry, no good. And so they choose to intentionally foul. These are his first free throws of the game. First free throw is good.
Well, I love the confidence that JR shoots the ball with, and on occasion now, he can shoot you in or out of game when he falls in love with that three.
Timeout call, Houston. Smith hits them both.
They're sending guys to the foul line way more than they should. You like to see better positioning defensively. You got to do your work early so you're not in position to foul.
Lewis is checked in for Smith. We've got 33 seconds left in the third quarter. Outside Curry. The three. Knocks down the triple. Curry's got 44.
And the shooting mechanics of Curry, they are as pure as anybody who's ever played. He's such a dangerous shooter and scorer.
Shoots. Iverson can't hit. Hardaway with it. No made baskets yet. And we've got a whistle. He was fouling with a purpose. And in that spot, in that situation, it's got to be a transition take foul. And he'll be shooting his first free throw. 3 minutes gone now in the third quarter. Fires from way outside. No good. Misses at the buzzer. Well, through 3 quarters of play, down double digits. It may be difficult to overcome. It's Houston up. And it's time to bring up the State Farm assist of the game.
Yeah, just shredding the defense with that feed. Zero chance to stop that.
Yeah, that's just a brilliant read of the defense. I mean, it was also excellent anticipation of the movement of his teammates before the pass. Just great harmony on all sides.
Well, there may not be a lot of drama down the stretch as we head into the fourth quarter. Stranger things have happened. We've got Anthony Edwards, and it's Hardaway in at the one. That one goes in, and Houston leads by 16. And a closer look here at the hustle stats for Houston.
Their defensive intensity has served them well. It kept the offense scrambling and resulted in several steals.
Yeah, you know, the defense just hasn't been able to keep up with them in this one. The transition game, as a result of good defense, has been very strong.
It's intercepted. In transition, here they come. And now we've got an intentional foul. To the inside. And that one's good. Cephalosha.
Seems to have a knack for hitting guys in their spots. His vision excellent.
And a big And finished by Robinson.
And the Admiral, David Robinson, a big-time threat to dunk it down. Can't give this up for one center. Any room down low.
Steps back. Here's Iverson. The shot's good.
Another shot right in the lane. That's been their MO this evening.
Grant, wouldn't be a bad idea here to slow it down.
Yeah, the coach is definitely looking for patience and execution.
And it goes as the official calls the foul. Counted, and he'll shoot one more at the line.
Well, you can just tell the guys on his team look up to Robinson out on the floor. I mean, he's got such leadership qualities, and that's exactly what you want from your best player, a guy who can really galvanize the troops because they respect him so much.
Houston leading by 13. Pass to Robinson. And Toppin pulls it down. Toppin's got his 4th rebound in this one. And an intentional foul right there.
I mean, I'm just not sure what he was thinking right there. I mean, he needs to get his head in the game.
Yeah, completely a brain fade. I don't know where that came from. Just lost sense of time and the situation.
And he makes the first.
You know, one of the things you just love about Iverson is the heart he plays with. Every minute he's out there, there's no denying that he's giving it his all. Not nearly as productive a trip to the line as he'd have liked. They need all their free throws to go down at this point.
And the defense has no one to blame but themselves. I mean, they just let him get right to the rim.
You know, he should be getting extra attention from the defense, not less.
That was just an awful decision. I mean, you have to keep the clock moving. There's no reason to foul there.
Yeah, inexcusable. I mean, he's got to know not to take any chances there. That's just a terrible foul.
And he makes both free throws. Houston leading by 12. Left side, Edwards. Oh, he got him with a pump fake, but he couldn't finish. And he commits the intentional foul. And he knocks down the first one.
Shooting for the away team.
Toppin hits them both. And 1:01 left in the 4th quarter. Edwards, a pass to Hardaway. The 3 from Curry. Knocks down the long J. Curry's got 51.
They have a relentless mentality, even with the game in total control.
And, you know, until that final buzzer sounds, I mean, you've got to treat every possession like it's crucial.
Offensive rebound. The shot by Misi, no good. And it's Houston's ball. At one point, they led by 16. Curry, no good. And now they decide to foul intentionally. First one falls for him. And that one goes in. 2 from the line that time. There's 25 seconds left in the 4th quarter of this one. Here's Nowitzki. 3-pointer off the mark. And the whistle blows. It's going to be on Anthony Edwards. And so he's picked up his final foul. And he'll sit the rest of this one out.
Well, they're going to win, so he should just relax.
Both good from the line that time. 17 seconds left to play in the 4th quarter. Ginobili gets the bucket. And Houston leads by 12.
Boy, I tell you, lefties just look better shooting the basketball. I don't know what it is. It looks purer, sweeter, and softer if you shoot it with your left hand.
Both free throws good from Davis. And Houston has possession. Fires the 3. And Houston another 3.
Second personal foul.
That free throw good from Davis. And good on the second, so he makes them both. Timeout called. Houston. They're on top by 11. Your thoughts, guys?
And they're hoping to wrap this one up. Because, you know, I'm not sure they needed this timeout, quite honestly. Perhaps a water break?
Here's Curry. Off the inbound, no good. And so it's Houston winning this one. A competitive game. You have to feel like this crowd gave it.
Attention now. This was almost a test of solid gangster. But now the pressure from the city.
Hello, basketball fans. You've got it on 2K Sports as we get set to bring you exciting NBA action. I'm Brian Anderson at the table with Grant Hill and Brent Barry. Our reporter is Allie LaForce. Now the starting group for the visitors. Karl Anthony Towns is out there with Green. Then it's Donovan Mitchell, and it's White in at the 1. And for Houston, we've got Edwards. Kevin Durant is out there with Kristaps Porzingis. And it's Hardaway in at the point guard position. Here's Towns, and it's powered home by Towns.
Yeah, going right for the iron. Towns muscling his way through.
And it's Houston's ball. Timeout called. Houston.
Failing to find a rhythm offensively. Something that needs to change and change soon.
Yeah, they're like a 4-day-old soda right now, just flat. They're missing shots left and right and just not playing their best.
Stephen Curry, he's checked in for Wade. Stolen by Anderson. And he's all alone. Here's White. Rips down the breakaway slam.
That was execution to perfection. Textbook transition offense.
Yeah, once you burst through a seam like that, you got to look right towards the rim. Sweet play.
Drops in the 3.
I mean, just so easy for Curry to get that 3 off. Beautiful shot.
Brent, you could hit the 3 back in your day, and no doubt Stephen Curry is the best three-point shooter in league history. What makes him so good from deep?
To me, BA, it comes down to the way that Steph goes about his habits in practice. If you ever watch footage of him in pregame warm-ups or in the offseason, there is so much variability in what he does in terms of preparing his feet and hands to shoot the basketball. There's no one that practices the way that Steph does. There's no one that produces the way that he does either.
These teams are finding the range, showing a lot of confidence.
It seems like we're going to find out who can make the deepest threes. Right now it's a shootout.
Don't want to let him get into a rhythm from out there.
Curry's gone 3 for 3. Perfect so far from long range.
And the girl from Bex in the bathroom. And then realizing that they would have grown up in an area polluted with drugs and bad influences. She knew
the 3 from Mitchell. It's hauled in by Houston. Edwards looking it over. Count it. 1 for 1 to start the game.
Outstanding work in close. Edwards is just so confident from this area.
Anderson passes to Green. Inside. Here's White. Played it in with a nice touch off the window. White's got 7.
Starting to find his rhythm. He's cooking, and he knows it.
Yeah, right now I don't see any let-up. I think he's going to just keep putting his foot on that gas pedal tonight.
Now here's Porzingis. Hardaway finds Curry. No good from outside. And Mitchell puts up a deep 3. Kevin Durant pulls it in. And it's Houston's ball. The 3 ball. Nope, that one misses. Now 3 for 5. Outside Mitchell from deep 3-point land. Can't get it. 0 for 3 in this one.
And you just can't afford to give up that kind of look very often.
On the wing, Curry fires for 3. Got it. Makes him 4 for 6 from the floor.
So fast off the catch, Curry sometimes downright impossible to guard.
And Mitchell puts up a deep 3. Mitchell can't get that one to fall. Hardaway with it. And here's Curry for 3. Oh, and the buzzer beater is good.
And just nails the 3. Way to close the quarter.
Boy, you love nailing the last second shot. Always a feel-good moment.
And so it's Houston finishing the quarter with an 8-point lead. What has them in front?
Some leadership style is big.
And for those of you just tuning in, second quarter action is where we are. All right, guys, some stats here. The scoring breakdown for Houston.
Well, in today's NBA, the three-point shot is so valuable. They realize this, and that's why they're continuing to drain as many as they can.
Well, not only that, but you love how unselfish they've been to start this game. That's going to get all the guys in a great flow and feeling good. So moving that ball around and scoring off assists, it's a nice way to play.
They've got Kevin Durant. He's out there with Kristaps Porzingis. Edwards out there with Stephen Curry. And it's Hardaway in at the point. They've got De'Aaron Fox. And it's Towns in at the pivot spot, manning the middle.
Yeah, 6'11", 250 pounds. Towns is such a tough guy to keep off the glass.
Robinson, he's checked in for Houston. Houston leading by 9. And for Houston, Edwards out there with Kevin Durant. Then there's Stephen Curry. And it's Hardaway in at the 1. Here's Drexler. Banked it in off the glass.
Good execution. They're getting some short-range looks here.
Edwards against Anderson. Edwards, no good. Just over a minute has passed here in the second quarter. The shot by Towns, no good.
Would you say testing the limits of his range there?
Well, I thought they played smart, and then all of a sudden it was maybe a little too flashy there, and that's unfortunate.
Curry's shot is off.
And he almost made them regret defending him so loosely. Strong finish to cut into that lead a little.
Man, left no doubt with that one, Grant. And Curry's got the ball here for Houston. Right side, Edwards. And we're a little over a minute and a half into the second quarter. Three-pointer. Anthony Edwards rains one in.
Shooting the three with confidence. That's exactly what this team needs from Edwards.
And the visitors call time here. There's a minute 17 left in the half. Here's White. Gets a very good look and converts. White's got 9 points.
Oh, explosive crossover. How's that for a move?
Here's Edwards. Edwards rises up and powers it down.
And one of the stronger finishers in this game, Anthony Edwards at his best.
Outside Curry. Down low. Oh, they get a hand on it. Nice D from Anderson.
A rare miss for him at point-blank range. That's one he'd like to have back.
Mitchell, the pass to Thompson. And the slam dunk by Thompson.
This is something Mitchell is only getting better at, finding ways to get his guys good shots.
Pass to Edwards. Oh, a sensational slam by Ant.
Oh, my goodness. Anthony Edwards. Wow. Yeah, just hold for the last shot. Don't give him another possession at all.
Yeah, hopefully that's what they'll do here. It's what most teams try to execute at this time in the game.
No debate there. He got hammered.
And so he makes both from the line.
It's not luck that he's so steady at the line. It's through repetition and hard work.
Edwards against Anderson. Edwards, the pass to Hardaway. The three from Curry. Money! Stephen Curry, the three-point king.
One of the more skilled offensive players that is on the floor here tonight. Not an easy fella to hold in check.
And so it's Houston with a 9-point cushion at the end of the quarter. The flow of the game has favored them in general. But hey, the tide can shift. And more NBA action on 2K Sport. Coming your way right after this.
And get ready for the fan at court shot. Lunch, please. They're thinking about the shot.
And we played through the first half. Plenty of basketball left in this one. Stephen Curry having a dominant impact in this game.
Yeah, he played such a smart first half, maximizing his opportunities offensively.
Yeah, I'm thinking back to the first half and wondering, did he take a low percentage shot? Everything efficient.
Jeff Green out there with Karl Anthony Towns. Then it's Donovan Mitchell, and it's White in at the point. Stephen Curry is still playing, but the debates have already started about where he ranks among the all-time greats, Brent.
Albeit it's a matter of opinion, but if your opinion is that you shouldn't be up there, shame on you. At 6'2", this guy is pound for pound, maybe the best player that's ever suited up in this league.
Just an agile move by Edwards inside, allowing him to beat the contact.
Tipped away. Pass to Hardaway. 6 on the shot clock. And here's Curry for 3. Anderson pulls it down. Jacks up a 3. Offensive board. Towns. Outside Anderson. Here's Green. They shoot again. It's hauled in by Houston. 1:46 left in the third quarter here. Outside Edwards. And some solid defense from Towns. Anderson for 3. Sends it home from three-point land.
One of the ways to get a great look from the three-point line is when you're on a fast break. The defense simply lost him.
Outside Edwards. And Edwards slams it in.
Slams it down with 2 hands.
Man, they're really getting aggressive now. Edwards has gone 6 of 8. And the visitors call time here. Man, it's been quite a game for Stephen Curry.
Not sure what the defense is thinking, or if they are. They continue to let him shoot. That is bad defense.
Two minutes into the second half of play now. Outside White. Pass to Drexler. Towns outside. Just 5 to shoot. Outside. Green. Unloads. And it's cleared by Stephen Curry. Houston leading by 10. Not quite 2.5 minutes played here in the second half. Off target from three-point range. And that's a foul called on Stephen Curry. That's foul number 2 for him.
First team all the players in the away team. Jason Richardson.
30 seconds left in the third quarter. Lays it up and banks it in.
Yeah, so reliable. He clearly needs to be more involved in the offense as they try to shrink this lead.
Outside Curry. Puts up a 3. O'Neal pulls it in. On the wing, Mitchell. There's the triple. Yes, sir! Mitchell from long range.
2 teammates connecting right there. Slick feed.
Timeout called. Houston.
And things are always changing throughout a game. Teams have to adjust on the fly.
And timeouts are a wonderful opportunity to just settle in and recollect the thoughts of your entire team. Not just the guys playing, but the entire team.
Right around 3 minutes into this second half. Timeout called. Houston. And here's Curry for 3. Launches a 3. The third quarter comes to a close. It's Houston. They're up by 5. And we'll be back with you shortly. And let's take this opportunity to show you our State Farm assist to the game.
You can count on him to deliver a few assists like this one each and every night.
Sometimes it happens when the offense is struggling, but every now and then this helps with the offensive uptick right there. Great job of setting his teammate up.
Well, this has been a great contest so far. I imagine the fourth quarter could have more action in store for us. Kevin Durant is out there with Anthony Edwards. Then there's Stephen Curry, and it's Hardaway in at the point guard position. Here's Anderson. There's the block. The three from Curry. Yes! Curry from the corner.
And that is automatic from Curry. He doesn't think twice about launching from there.
Mitchell feeling it out a bit. White for three. That one's good. Mitchell making the play. Mitchell's got 3 assists now in this one.
Oh, you gotta love the back and forth. Showing real confidence at the arc.
Both teams finding ways to the three-point line and trying to take advantage from distance.
Curry against Mitchell. The three. Kevin Durant with a rebound. Durant's got rebound number 5 here tonight. Pass to Hardaway. Back to Curry. Launches it. Rebounded by Green.
I think if I was coaching these guys right now, especially him, I'd tell him, you take one more three-point shot, we're going to have some conversations here side by side.
And normally Mitchell wants his shot head on, but you give him the corner and he will adapt.
Hardaway, the pass to Curry. Lets the three fly. Hardaway against White. And there's a 3-second violation. A minute 15 left in the fourth quarter. For three. And that one's good. Mitchell for three. And now it's just a 2-point Houston lead.
Man, I'll tell you what, the pressure is cranked up. Who better to call than this guy?
And here's Curry for three. Houston with another miss.
Man, you get so caught up in the bravado of someone scoring on you and you wanting to even the score. Unfortunately, he couldn't answer back.
How about the unselfishness of this team?
Yeah, the willingness to make the next pass as this defense scrambles.
He needs to try to get another basket this quarter because clearly his jumper is not going down right now.
There is absolutely no fear in his eyes. He loves the moment.
Love seeing that there. A huge possession, and he nets it.
Oh, nails the triple!
And none better, Steph stepping up. What a great feel for the moment. Steph Curry. Bingo.
And the visitors call time here. From a coaching perspective, what are the keys to focus on here?
With the time left, I think they've got to be looking for a quick shot here.
Mitchell, pass to Towns. And it's in. And that one brings them within one.
All-out effort from Towns, putting the team on his back and getting them the shot they need.
And so it's Curry with it. He brings it up for Houston. They've led by as many as 11.
Yeah, and that was a smart move. I mean, you have to foul right there. You just don't want them to run out the clock.
So the first one drops, and that'll put them up 2. And he cannot convert on the second. That misses. And the visitors call time here. What's the best strategy for them?
A chance to tie it up here.
Well, they just need a solid play right now, and Coach going through his index cards to find one to get something going.
Time now to hear from our reporter, Allie LaForce.
Hey guys, over that break I was able to catch the message that the visiting team coach was giving to his team. Coach delivering an inspiring message to his team saying, quote, hey, we can win this game. Believe in yourselves, battle to the end. Honestly guys, even I was a bit pumped up after hearing this one.
Okay, thank you, Allie. And no good, as the first free throw misses. We'll see if he can hit the second. And the second of two is good, and that makes it a three-point lead. 17 seconds left to play in the fourth. Takes the three. Can't get the three to fall. Anderson for three. This is the tray. And now an intentional foul. They need the ball back as soon as possible. And he cannot get the first one to drop. Tough one to miss. And no luck at the stripe this time. Second one won't fall.
And there's only one option. They need a triple.
Nah, this is all from the perimeter and outside the arc here.
And so it's Houston winning this one. What a performance they had here at home today.
I'll tell you what. These are the ones.
Therefore, despite being inferior and power, causing him to be submissive towards her.
You just need to protect you. Gods are pure and they're perfect and they're above it all. And they need to stay that way.
Not only did she act as his boss, but as his maternal figure. She would talk to him with a soft, mother-like tone, and this caused Homelander to believe that Madeline loved him. He was void of any motherly love as a child, and Madeline knew this, and fed into this weakness to make him listen to her. However, she only did this to fulfill her own self-serving needs, as if Homelander did all the right things publicly, she could get the suits into the military, which would give War a multi-billion-dollar contract. Madeline wasn't just controlling Homelander, she was shaping his very psychology. Whether she realized it or not, she was creating the perfect Oedipus complex. This was a theory by Sigmund Freud, who believed boys form strong attachments and desires to their mothers because they are the first source of love and comfort. Homelander never had this, so when Madeline steps in as a nurturing yet manipulative figure, she feels that role. He'd even get jealous when she prioritized her own baby over him, seeing him as competition for her love. At his core, Homelander is stuck in emotional infancy, still seeking the mother he never had. However, this relationship would take a dark turn. As the story progressed, Homelander would later find out that he impregnated like a butcher and that he had a son. This resulted in two contrasting emotions. All of a sudden, he was hopeful. He had a son out there, a chance to build a family, a legacy even. However, he was also disappointed in Stella, as she knew this the whole time. She'd lied to him and manipulated him just like everyone else had thought. And when he finds her in a hostage situation, she admits to him that she's scared of him.
Scared? I'm scared.
What?
I said I'm scared of you. I'm scared of you.
In that moment, something in Homelander snapped. For years, Madeline had been untouchable, his mother figure, his guide, the only human he had ever truly submitted to. But now, with her voice trembling and her eyes wide with fear, she was just like everyone else, weak, beneath him. And in an instant, that admiration died. He had no more use for her, so he murdered her, burning his heat vision into her eyes and penetrating her brain. It was here Homelander was starting to show a pattern of sociopathic tendencies. A sociopath lacks empathy, displays impulsive behavior, shows a tendency towards violence, and a few other traits that Homelander seemed to have. He murdered the innocent hostages during one of his first missions, which was extremely impulsive and violent. On the flight where he decided not to save the passengers of the fallen plane, he used threats and aggression to control them from protesting, threatening to use his heat vision and kill them all there and then if they don't step back. Then his lack of empathy to let the plane go down, even when the little girl was pleading to him to be saved. And then with Stillwell, with her baby son nearby and her career on the rise, he murders her because his feelings were hurt, which again was impulsive and lacking empathy, as well as his tendency towards being violent. Homelander is probably this way because of that childhood trauma. They hurt him as a child and showed him no love. So he has little to no love to give to anyone else, and his emotional understanding is void. He was becoming a scary force, wielding too much power to match with his disturbed psychology, and anyone associated with him should have feared for their lives. After Stillwell's death, Homelander began to spiral. This is likely due to the fact he had no one to hold his reins, and now his darkness could come to light. He would introduce himself to his newfound son, named Brian, who was unaware of his own powers. Being raised in isolation with Becca, it became a mission for Homelander to connect with Brian and teach him his power.
You could not possibly understand. I do not want my son to have to go through what I went through. When he sees the outside world, he is going to panic. That's going to fuck him up.
He would have to take his time with Ryan, but at least now he had some sort of purpose. However, in his public superhero life, he suddenly started to experience a loss of control. He was used to the public applauding him, praising him, worshipping him, because he was the people's protector. But things would take a dark turn. In Africa, there was a terrorist with superpowers, and Homelander flew over to eliminate him. He did so with one strike of his heat vision before flying away. However, unbeknownst to Homelander, behind the terrorist was a teenage civilian who also got hit by Homelander's strike and died instantly. And the worst part was, a bystander had recorded the incident on a phone and posted it online, leading to public outcry.
After Homelander's war crime, how can I stay quiet and still look my daughter in the eyes? I can't.
When Homelander's assistant brought this to his attention, his response was,
So what else not do? Who's gonna fucking cell phone?
Further highlighting his disregard for human life. When he tries to calm down the people protesting his actions, he's only met with hostility, and he has a vision of murdering everyone, a brutal massacre. This shows signs that he harbors both narcissistic and sadistic tendencies. Narcissism in the way he can't tolerate people not submitting to him, taking him off the pedestal, and sadism in the way he fantasizes mass murder. In this moment, he needed someone to save him, and that was where Stormfront came in. Stormfront was a new addition to the Seven, and when she saw Homelander struggling with a bad reception, she came to his aid, using her social media skills to shift the narrative. She then fed into Homelander's desire to be loved by giving him compliments and admiration.
You will be the man who will lead us. You are everything that we dreamed of. We found each other, and now neither of us has to be alone ever again. And that is the truth.
The two of them began a relationship. He becomes submissive to her, as she flatters him while simultaneously being powerful. Homelander thought he had found something real, a partner who loved him unconditionally, but in reality, Stormfront was no different than Stillwell. She praised him, adored him, made him feel like the most important man in the world, and he let her take control, not realizing that she wasn't there to love him, she was there to use him. The two of them then decide to essentially steal Ryan from Becca and try to raise him as their little super family. However, this wouldn't last long, as Becca and her husband Billy would track him down and pursue Ryan, and when Stormfront got close to killing Becca, Ryan finally wielded the ability to use his powers, using his heat vision as he almost burned Stormfront to death trying to save his mother, who accidentally ended up killing in the process. Homelander is forced to let Ryan go, and he spirals further downwards. Stormfront would be hospitalized, but would later take her own life, taking another person Homelander loved away from him. In the midst of finding out this information, he was on a rooftop about to save a girl named Chelsea from dropping off, but after the move, he decided that Chelsea didn't get to live anyway.
I think you should jump.
I don't think I want to.
You don't want it? Why don't you show a little follow through, Chelsea? Jump.
Please, I just want to
I'm
get
not
down.
suggesting anymore. Jump. Oh God. You're the man in the sky. To me.
Homelander was done pretending. The days of saving people, playing the hero, it all felt like a joke now. If the world wasn't going to love him, then it didn't deserve his protection. So when Chelsea begged for her life, he didn't feel pity, he didn't feel guilt, he felt nothing. And with a cruel smirk, he gave her a choice, jump or suffer something worse. With all these extreme events, Homelander was scrambling mentally. For the first time, he actually had to fight for the public's approval, the same people who used to blindly idolize him, and he was losing more and more control of things as time went on. And when a member of the Seven named Starlight was given a scripted speech alongside him, he decided to pull back the curtain and reveal who he truly is.
I don't make mistakes, but
not just like the rest of you. I'm stronger. I'm smarter. I'm better. I am better. Not some weak, neat, and crybaby that goes around apologizing all the time. And why would you want me to be?
You let the people know the real him, what he's overcome, all unfiltered.
My whole life, rich people, powerful people, trying to muzzle me, cancel me, keep me impotent and obedient, like I'm a puppet. You know what? It worked. Because I allowed it to work. Guess what? If they can control me, then you can bet your ass they can control you. They already do, you just don't realize it.
And although this was said with an impulsive outburst of emotion, the people will go on to support him, as they saw him as confident and unapologetic, something they can get behind. And this twists Homelander's mentor in a way he's never known. For once, he didn't have to act for the public. The words he was saying weren't a raw script he was taught from the start. For once, he spoke in a way that he actually felt, going completely against the script. And instead of backlash, he was supported. And this affected him because at last he felt free. Free to walk how he wanted. He had broken away from the chains that bound him. And this gave him a great surge of confidence, as well as power. Something he would visibly abuse. He would start to humiliate other members of the Seven, because he knew that they were too afraid to oppose him. One member, the Deep, had water-related superpowers, including the ability to have relationships and talk to sea animals. So for no real reason, Homelander forced Deep to eat a live octopus, one that Deep could literally hear praying not to be eaten, praying for his life.
Holy shit, Timothy, he's my friend. I can't even, I'm not going to get oh, yes, my God. Timothy is delicious. He's begging for his life.
Battle fear, he eats it.
Timothy. Right.
It also randomly announces on television that he's in a relationship with Starlight, even though she hates his guts, but she doesn't deny it, also out of fear. Queen Maeve was a closeted bisexual, and Homelander decided to announce to the public that she was a lesbian, and again out of fear, she just went with it. He enjoyed having so much power over everyone in such a sadistic way. For Homelander, it wasn't just about the power, it was about the control. He didn't want teammates, he wanted puppets. He wanted to watch them squirm, to remind them that their fates were in his hands. If they feared him, they would never dare betray him. And if they obeyed, they proved what he'd always believed. He was superior. However, the only time we see him scared is when that power is threatened. And that occurred when Soldier Boy returned. To the public and to Homelander himself, Soldier Boy was Homelander before Homelander, possessing the greatest superpowers in the world during his time, but had one day disappeared, presumed dead, but had now returned decades later. Homelander had spent his entire life believing he was the greatest being to ever live, but now, standing before him, was proof that he wasn't unique, that he wasn't special, that he was just another experiment, another version of something that had existed before. And for the first time, he felt something new, the feeling of fear. His power was challenged, and it made him deeply insecure in an instant. He questioned himself, his powers, something he never had to do before. This led to a great paranoia, one where he even started talking to a different version of himself in the mirror, guiding him towards a path to take. He expresses his fears about being defeated by Soldier Boy, and asks himself if taking over the company was even the right call. His mirror self reassures him that he will get them out of trouble, just like he always did when they were young.
When we were kids, alone in the bathroom, I got us through it, right? Don't you always? Always. No matter what. No matter what. And now, I'll get us through this, just as long as you and me stick together.
As Homelander's duty to protect America from Soldier Boy, who was now a threat, he brings the fight to him, getting the upper hand at first before being outnumbered and having to flee. Shortly after this, Soldier Boy calls Homelander to break the news to him that he's put the pieces together and uncovered that he's actually Homelander's dad. This sends him into further confusion about who he is. The fact that he had an actual father but wasn't raised by him broke him even more. When he asked his teammate Black Noir if he knew the whole time, since he used to fight alongside Soldier Boy, Noir nodded, resulting in Homelander murdering Noir, as he felt betrayed by this withheld information. He's faced with Soldier Boy again, but this time, he brings his son Ryan to the scene. He tells Soldier Boy that the three of them could be a family and never be alone again. Despite all his power, all his cruelty, there was still a part of Homelander that longed for something real. A father, a family. For a moment he thought he'd finally found it, that he could rewrite his story, that he didn't have to be alone, but reality crashed down just as quickly as the hope had risen.
Maybe if I raised you, I could make you better. Not some weak, sniveling pussy starved for attention, but there's no fixing that now. Weak. You. I know. You're
disappointment. And when Soderbergh rejected it, it wasn't just a fight. It was a reminder that no matter how strong he was, he would always be alone. They would end up fighting, a fight that Soderbergh would end up losing and dying from. Homelander would then decide it's time to introduce Ryan to the public, let them know he had a son. They fly down to the applause from the crowd. However, one protester throws a can, hitting Ryan. In another impulsive rage, Homelander uses his heat vision to murder the man in broad daylight in front of a crowd. However, instead of outcry, the crowd starts slowly applauding.
Yeah!
Which would then begin to reinforce that feeling of invincibility within Homelander, feeling once more that he could do as he pleases, whether it's torture, humiliation, or broad daylight murder. It was the final confirmation he needed. He'd been afraid once that the world would turn on him, that they would punish him for showing his true self. But now, standing over the corpse of a man he had murdered in cold blood, watching the crowd erupt into cheers, he knew the truth. He was untouchable, a god among insects. And from this moment on, he would rule like one. As time went on, despite his undeniable power and invincibility, the only man he could have stopped from hurting him was himself, his own mind, his own trauma. He spoke more to his mirror self, which had multiplied to different versions of himself telling him different things. At this point, he appears to be suffering from an extreme case of dissociative identity disorder. It's a severe dissociative condition where a person develops two or more distinct identities that control their behavior at different times. It usually develops as a coping mechanism for severe childhood trauma. And if you recollect from before, Homelander's mirror image had told him that he would get them out of trouble like he did when they were younger, meaning that Homelander may have developed this during his childhood. The mirror conversations became a form of dissociation, dealing with the PTSD of all the events that occurred to him. His mind was no longer just his own. When he looked into the mirror, it wasn't just one reflection staring back, it was three. One was spit of power, telling him to embrace his godhood. Another scolded him, reminding him of his weakness, his need for love. And the third was something darker. It didn't whisper, it commanded, kill the weakness, end the sickness, go back to where it all began. He decides to go back to the vault labs that created him, and upon arrival, the staff appear fearful at his presence alone. He recognizes some of them from his childhood and starts to get vengeful. He recalls that a scientist named Frank used to lock him inside the human-sized oven and turn it up to extreme temperatures to see if a child Homelander could be burned. And although the skin didn't visibly burn, it caused excruciating pain. His tears sizzling as he screamed in pain, whilst Frank and the others just took notes. The anger and trauma bubbles within Homelander, as he then orders Frank to step inside the oven, threatening his family if he doesn't. Frank goes in, desperately trying to apologize, but Homelander was past that.
I'm sorry, Batman. Why? You're just doing your job, right?
He locks him in, turns up the heat, and watches it burn. The smell of burning flesh filled the room as Frank sets alight, his hands clawing at the oven door. Homelander didn't flinch, he didn't smile, he just watched, his eyes flickering with something unreadable. Justice, revenge, or perhaps just emptiness, as Frank's soul left the earth. Then he turns to Marty, a scientist who called himself Pleasure and nicknamed him Squirt, making fun of him from that point on. He forced Marty to play with himself in front of all the other scientists, humiliating himself, before brutally murdering him too. He then went into a room with a scientist named Barbara, who was unafraid of him. Barbara tells him the truth about himself, how he killed his mother during birth, how the psychologists were brought into conditioning, and how he would never be able to overcome the human need for approval. However, Homelander feels he's already defeated him and taunts her.
I don't need any of it anymore.
He then brutally murders the rest of the scientists, splatting them all over the walls, and leaves only Barbara, lasering the door shut behind him, so she'll die of starvation in a room full of corpses. He was finally free of his past. As of the show so far, things are only on the up for him, as the newly elected president, Stephen Calhoun, is in full support of a suit-supported government, with Homelander at the forefront, giving him more power than ever. So what does this all mean for our psychology in general? What psychological concept can we label onto him? I think the best way to explain Homelander is through the Dark Tetrad, a collaboration of 4 conditions blending together to make one twisted individual, and all 4 are apparent within Homelander. Above all else, Homelander is a narcissist. He doesn't just crave worship, he demands it. He believes himself to be superior, above morality, above humanity itself. Without constant adoration, he crumbles. Without power, he's nothing. And when that illusion is threatened, he does what any god would do. He destroys. Homelander sees himself superior to everyone. He thrives on media attention and adoration. He compares himself to the likes of Martin Luther King.
You know who I've been reading up on lately? Dr. Martin Luther King. He was villainized, persecuted, spoke truth to power, which is something that's crazy. But we've both been to the mountaintop, and we've seen the promised land.
When he's disrespected or slighted, he lashes out violently, and without public admiration, he feels empty, driving his desperate need for approval from Vaughn and the public. He also evidently shows signs of psychopathy. Although given his trauma, I would say he leans more to being a sociopath. He commits brutal acts without guilt, such as letting the plane crash, murdering Stillwell, or lasering that civilian. He maintains a charismatic public persona while remaining emotionally detached, alluding to his superficial charm, and he treats people as tools, discarding them with a cold calculation when they no longer serve his needs. Then there's sadism, which he most definitely shows signs of. He delights in dominating weaker individuals. We covered the scene where he made Chelsea jump, clearly relishing in the act. There was also another scene where a blind superhero tried to drive the servant, and Homelander then hit the guy's ears so hard that he screamed in agony, bleeding heavily from his ears.
And now you're just this fucking blind guy. What made you think I would ever allow a cripple into the 7 for faith?
Destroying his most important sense, and likely killing him. He emotionally torments others like Adrian and the Deep, demanding that the two of them partake in a sexual act in front of the others, degrading them for his own pleasure, which is another sign of sadism at play. Even relationships with Stillwell and Stormfront reveal twisted power dynamics built on degradation, showing hints at sexual sadism also. And finally, his Machiavellianism. This is mainly where you control people using fear, but also manipulate things to control people even further. He uses threats and intimidation to enforce obedience with anyone close to him or anyone that works with him. He pits people against each other for personal gain, sacrificing others' relationships and even lives in some cases to further his own power. He also expertly controls his public image through social media and news manipulation, knowing how to keep the public praising him, both to feed his narcissism and to give him power and control. Homelander clearly shows signs of all 4 of the Dark 10 traits, and all of this combined with his superhuman abilities means almost no one can stand in his way. The world has let Homelander do what he wants. He is murdered, tortured, and ruled with an iron grip, and yet the people still cheer. But no one is untouchable. With 1 season remaining, the only question is, will his downfall come from those who fear him, or will it come from the only enemy he's never been able to escape, himself? Because no matter the answer, his downfall is inevitable.
Dune is a movie with giant sandworms, mysterious witches, and Timothy Chalamet tripping balls in the desert. There's spaceships and spice and Zendaya with blue eyes, and almost none of it is explained. Even Dune's characters have to watch YouTube videos to understand the story. So what's going on in Dune? The movie is based on a book that was written by Frank Herbert in the 60s. There have been many attempts to adapt this book to movies and TV, and most of them aren't very good. Dune has been called unfilmable because the book is so weird and complicated. The writing is full of internal monologue and thoughts instead of action and dialogue. The plot is layered with heaps of secret plans and hidden motivations. Its world building is richly detailed, with hundreds of words for its languages, cultures, and religions. Dune explores big ideas about consciousness, politics, and philosophy, and the Dune sequel books get increasingly strange and cerebral. The new movie is a pretty close adaptation of the first half of the first book, but it still leaves out a lot of important plot lines and details. So how does the book compare to the movie? What's the real story of Dune? This video has spoilers for the 2021 Dune movie and for the first half of the first book. It has no big spoilers for the next Dune movie or for the sequel books, but it does mention some small lore details and quotes from the sequel books. So Dune is set thousands of years in the future. Humans live on many planets across the universe, and they're ruled by the Emperor, Shaham IV. We see the Emperor's herald in the movie, but we don't see Shaham himself yet. Beneath the Emperor are the great houses, like House Atreides and House Harkonnen, powerful political dynasties who ruled planets with armies and wealth. The houses meet in a congress called the Landsrat, which balances against the power of the Emperor. The other big political power is the Space End Guild, because the Guild controls all interstellar spaceflight. Guild navigators use a drug called spice that lets them see into the future, which is the only way to guide spaceships safely across the stars. In the movie, these big Guild spaceships called Hayliners look like tunnels you can pass through to instantly reach a distant planet. You can see another world through this ship. It's like a wormhole. The later Dune books describe this as folding space. The Guild is secretive and mysterious. It's hinted that Guild navigators have mutated and don't look human anymore. So everyone kind of hates the Guild for being creepy, extortionate space weirdos, but everyone needs them to travel. So for thousands of years, the universe has been ruled by this balance of the Emperor, houses, and a Guild. They're bound together by the Great Convention, which has rules banning the use of nuclear weapons. But a cheeky bit of assassination and warfare is allowed within limits. Politics in Dune is a deadly game. Every noble family watches their back for assassins and tests their food for poison. The houses rule their planets under a strict feudal class system. Slavery, oppression, and exploitation are common. This is an unfair, unequal universe. The houses have shares in the Chone Company, which controls trade in the universe. It's kind of like the Dutch East India Company or Amazon in space. Chone means money, and all the houses fight for a slice. In this struggle, a tiny shift in interest rates can change the ownership of an entire planet. Science and technology is limited in Dune. Like, there are giant spaceships and laser guns, but there are strictly no computers or robots or AI. Because thousands of years in the past, people did rely on thinking machines, but then some people used those machines to take over the world and enslave people, and it sucked. So then there was a religious crusade called the Butlerian Jihad that destroyed all the computers and banned them forever. In the Orange Catholic Bible it is written, "Thou shalt not make a machine in the likeness of a man's mind." The idea is that thinking and making our own decisions is what makes us human. Letting machines think for us makes us less free and less conscious. So that's why machines were destroyed. Ever since, humans have had to learn to think for themselves. They founded schools to train the human mind and body to its full potential. So now there are people called mentats, human computers who can think super logically. They process data, calculate probabilities, and perceive people's motives. The mentat Thufir Hawat works as a strategic advisor to House Atreides. In the books, mentats take a drug called Sappho to make themselves smarter, and the drug stains their lips red. In the new movie, mentats just have tattoos on their lips instead. Like the mentats, the navigators of the Spacing Guild have trained their brains to calculate the mathematics of spaceflight. And the other important school is the Bene Gesserit, an ancient mystical order of women with highly trained minds and bodies. Their practice is influenced by Zen Buddhism, with meditation and contemplation to achieve inner balance. Bene Gesserit can precisely control all their muscles and nerves, even their body's biochemistry and their reproductive systems. They have powerful memories and perception. They can read people's feelings through their words and body language. They can control people with their voice. They can fight in a weirding way. They're basically ninja nuns. The Bene Gesserit are named after the Jesuits, a real-world Catholic order. Like the Jesuits, the Bene Gesserit do missionary work in distant places, and they have political ambitions. The Bene Gesserit work with the Emperor and houses, and they say they live to serve. But the Bene Gesserit also have their own plans. For centuries, these witches have manipulated the universe from the shadows. So Dune is about a galactic empire with medieval politics. It's a sci-fi future that rejects technology and instead focuses on the power of the human mind. The author of Dune, Frank Herbert, was fascinated with thinking and learning and language, how we can expand our consciousness to better see the universe, sometimes with the help of psychedelics. Characters in Dune are constantly getting high, expanding their minds, and arguing about philosophy like college undergrads. So Dune is basically like Game of Thrones in space on drugs, and the most important drug is spice. Because spice not only makes spaceflight possible and can give visions of the future, spice also makes people live longer, extending lifespans by decades. Many people are addicted to the spice, and if they stop taking it, they'll die. It's an addictive, psychic, mind-expanding, life-extending, spaceship-flying drug, and it tastes like cinnamon, so naturally spice is the most valuable substance in the universe. And spice only comes from one place, the desert planet Arrakis, also called Dune. On Arrakis are giant sandworms whose life cycle makes spice. Humans harvest the spice and sell it, so whoever controls Arrakis becomes rich. The conflicts for resources in the deserts of Arrakis are comparable to conflicts for oil in the Middle East. For the last 80 years, Arrakis was ruled by the brutal House Harkonnen, led by the Baron Vladimir. The Harkonnens come from the planet Giedi Prime, the oil-soaked, blood-soaked hellhole of the Imperium. The movie imagines this planet as being totally industrialized, exploited and polluted until nature is gone and smog blackens the skies. The Harkonnens exploit their people too. They have slave laborers, sex slaves, and gladiator slaves to kill for sport. The Harkonnens use and consume everything to feed their endless appetites for power and pleasure. The Harkonnens are a mouth that swallows all. The Baron Vladimir is a ruthless political schemer who constantly indulges his desires for food and sex. He's too fat to support his own weight, so he uses suspensor technology, which lets him levitate. To rule Arrakis, the Baron installed his nephew Raban, who was called the Beast for his brutality. Raban is not known for his intelligence. The Baron thinks of Raban as a muscle-minded tank brain. The Harkonnens are advised by Piter de Vries, a mentat assassin who loves torture and poison. Piter is addicted to spice, and this expensive habit forces him to stay loyal to the Baron. The Baron uses people as weaknesses to control them. In the movie, the Harkonnens have a freaky human spider thing as a pet, which is not in the books, but according to interviews, it's meant to be a messed up science experiment. This was a human who was made into a monster. In the books, there is a faction called the Tleilaxu, who do weird biology experiments, so maybe they made this spider. Some fans theorize that this spider is Yui's captive wife, Wana, made into a monster to torture her. But that's just horrifying speculation, and is not in the books. Point is, the Harkonnens are dicks, and the spice on Arrakis made them rich. But at the start of the story, the Emperor orders the Harkonnens to leave, and he gives control of the planet to House Atreides, led by Duke Leto. The Atreides have a reputation for honor and integrity. They protect their people and inspire loyalty in return. The Atreides are descended from Atreus and Agamemnon of ancient Greece, and they rule the planet Caladan, a world of oceans and jungles, farming and fishing. The Atreides aren't very rich, but Leto is popular and influential among the houses of the Landsraad, and the Emperor hates that. He sees Leto's popularity as a threat. So when Shaddam gives them Arrakis, that seems like a good thing for the Atreides, but really, Arrakis is a trap. The Emperor and the Harkonnens secretly plan to destroy the Atreides with an army of Sardaukar. Sardaukar are the Emperor's elite soldiers, renowned for being brutal and merciless. They're said to be the deadliest soldiers in the universe. The Sardaukar come from Seleucia Secundus, a prison planet for the worst criminals in the universe. Seleucia is a hell world where only the strongest survive, and it's this harsh environment that makes the Sardaukar so powerful. The Emperor doesn't want the other houses to know that he's attacking the Atreides, so in the book his Sardaukar are disguised in Harkonnen uniforms. He and the Harkonnens want the Atreides to die in the dark. The story begins with Paul Atreides, son of the Duke Leto and Lady Jessica. Paul is just 15 years old in the book, and as the heir to House Atreides, there's a lot of pressure on him. He has no friends his own age because of the dangers of assassination. He's highly trained in politics and in combat, and in the book he's trained as a mentat to have a powerful, logical mind like Thufir. Jessica trains Paul in the way of the Bene Gesserit to focus his mind and body, his perception and memory, and to use the power of the voice to control people. It might seem unrealistic to control someone with your voice, but author Frank Herbert said we do it all the time. Like, it's easy to make someone angry with an insult or happy with a compliment, and with practice you can control people in more subtle and powerful ways, like politicians and advertisers do. You just got to know your audience, use the right words and tone. Like and subscribe to Old Shift X. So Paul is young, but he's a politician and a warrior with a powerful, highly trained mind. Leto visits the grave of his father, the Old Duke. The Old Duke used to fight bulls for sport as a matador until he was killed by a bull in the ring. The Atreides family keep the head of this bull with the Old Duke's blood still preserved on its horns. So the bull head represents facing danger, putting yourself at risk, just like Leto is putting himself in danger by coming to Arrakis. Leto knows that the Emperor and Harkonnens plan to attack him, but he takes the risk anyway because he believes he can win. Leto plans to use the desert power of Arrakis by making an alliance with the Fremen, the local desert people. In the book, Leto believes that the Fremen will be great soldiers specifically because they live in the harsh environment of Arrakis, just like the Sardaukar are powerful because of the harshness of Seleucus Secundus. Author Frank Herbert was very interested in how environments affect people and how people affect their environment. So Leto bets everything on this plan to make the Fremen into his army to beat the Sardaukar. In the movie, Paul says he doesn't want to exploit or oppress the Fremen like the Harkonnens did. But in the book, the Atreides don't care about the Fremen like that. Their goal is to exploit the Fremen. The Atreides may seem like heroic good guys, like House Stark in space, but throughout the book, they use immoral, manipulative strategies, and we're invited to question their morality. In the movie, Cheney asks, who will our next oppressors be? In the movie, Paul complains that he doesn't get to take risks and have adventures. He questions whether he even wants to be a duke and to lead the Atreides. Leto is understanding and says he loves Paul no matter what. It's a touching moment of unconditional love between father and son. But in the book, we don't see anything like this. The Atreides are more formal and distant and serious in the book, and Paul does not question his duty to their house. The Atreides in the book are an ancient dynasty in a deadly planetary conflict, and they are not fucking around. While the movie humanizes the Atreides and makes them feel more like a normal, relatable family. The Atreides get a visit from Gaius Helen Mahayam. Gaius is a reverend mother, a special high-ranking Bene Gesserit who has expanded her mind using drugs. Reverend mothers have access to the memories of their ancestors and of other reverend mothers. Gaius was Jessica's teacher back at the Bene Gesserit school, and now she's the personal truth-sayer of the Emperor. He uses her for her ability to detect lies. So Gaius is a powerful, important person, and she has complicated loyalties to the Emperor and to Jessica and to the Bene Gesserit. Gaius gives Paul a test. Paul puts his hand in a box that causes terrible pain, but if he moves his hand, Gaius will kill him with a needle called the Gom Jabbar. So this is a test of self-control. Someone without self-control, like an animal, will instinctively move away from the pain and will die. To survive, you have to withstand the pain, control your body and mind, master your fear and and your instincts. The Bene Gesserit believe that this ability to act consciously and to choose, to think long-term, not just in the moment, is what separates humans from animals. They give this test to everyone they train, so that only responsible, conscious humans gain their power. So anyone who fails this test, they kill. Before the test, we see the Atreides bullhead, because like the old Duke with the bull, and later with Arrakis, Paul faces deadly danger in this test. When Jessica was trained as a Bene Gesserit, she took this test too, so she knows the pain Paul is feeling and is terrified he might die. To calm herself, she recites the litany against fear. Fear is the mind killer, but the fear will pass through me and I will remain. The Bene Gesserit train to calm their emotions and focus their mind, and Jessica's training helps Paul pass this test. Paul has self-control. He is human, so he withstands the pain and lives. In the movie, he also has fiery visions of the upcoming Harkonnen attack. Then we learn about the Bene Gesserit's secret plan. For thousands of years, the Bene Gesserit have manipulated the genetic lines of noble families like the Atreides. They breed certain people with other people, often by marriage to Bene Gesserits like Jessica. Even the Emperor has a Bene Gesserit wife, controlling his reproduction. They select and combine certain genes, trying to produce a superhuman called the Kwisatz Haderach. This chosen one will be able to see into the future and the past better than any Bene Gesserit. Because Reverend Mothers like Gaius can only access the memories of their female ancestors. The Kwisatz Haderach will access all memories. He'll be a male Reverend Mother whose powerful mind will guide humanity. The name Kwisatz Haderach is borrowed from a real Hebrew term, meaning to shorten the way between two places. So the Bene Gesserit want to create the chosen one, but Jessica has messed with their plan. Because the Bene Gesserit wanted Jessica to have a daughter, not a son. That daughter was going to marry a Harkonnen, and their child would have been the Kwisatz Haderach. But Jessica, with her Bene Gesserit body control, chose to have a son, Paul, instead, because Plato wanted a son and Jessica wanted to make him happy. She chose her family over her duty to the Bene Gesserit. Jessica hopes that Paul will be the Kwisatz Haderach instead, but Gaius is doubtful. Their ancient plan is now uncertain. So Paul might be the chosen one, and he's not happy about it. It feels weird and gross that he's the product of the Bene Gesserit's human breeding program, their manipulative eugenic plan. In the book, he feels an offense against his instinct for rightness. He questions Gaius, thinks she's a fatuous old witch full of meaningless platitudes. In other sci-fi stories, the hero's magical mentors are good and wise and pure, like Obi-Wan and Gandalf the White. But Gaius is a creepy witch in a black robe who works for the Emperor who's trying to kill Paul's dad. The Bene Gesserit are a shadowy political cult, and their plan to artificially create the Chosen One seems sinister and dark. In the book, Paul feels that he is infected with a terrible purpose that he doesn't understand. So what is Paul's destiny, and is it really a good thing? Dune is a